man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of Massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. 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 Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of Massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. 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 Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of Massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. 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 Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of Massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. 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 Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of Massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad.
And we have gone big with Chad. Good evening, everybody. We will start with the national anthem. Please stand. We are shining again because God has blessed this country and blessed this party to be in office at a time such as this. And tonight we are here to celebrate the tremendous win that we have had here in St. James North, all because of the goodness and the insight and the integrity of the people of St. James North, who were able to give our Chad Blackman, the big man, a win of 2,723 votes. And we give God thanks for that. We are so pleased this evening to be able to gather as a party, to gather as a constituency in order to celebrate this tremendous win. And I am one of your hosts for the evening, Sandra Husbands, and with me is Peter Phillips.
Yes, good night, comrades. We are here, in addition to that, we are here to celebrate the 7th anniversary, 7 years in service to the people of Barbados of this great Barbados Labour Party administration. We have a lot to thank God for. We have a lot to thank the people of Barbados for giving us the opportunity, and we have not failed them. During those 7 years, we stabilized the dollar, the most important thing to happen. We stabilized the dollar. We bought garbage trucks. We bought buses. We gave 3 salary increases when there were none. When there were none for 10 long years. So we got to give God thanks tonight for his goodness, his mercy, his strength, in allowing us and allowing our party and allowing our Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Barbados to lead us in such a direction. And we are here to celebrate and give thanks tonight.
All across the world and across the Caribbean, people look at Barbados and they say, what a wonderful job has been done to be able to lift this country from out of the deep, deep hole it was in, and to be able to pull ourselves up, and to be able to get the upgrades, and to be able to so manage our affairs that we were able to rescue and safeguard the people of this nation. And other nations look at us as leaders, and they are amazed at what this government has been able to do with limited resources and a big, big challenge. So God has been extremely good to us as a nation and has blessed the nation with a government for a time such as this. This evening we have a wonderful lineup of speakers, and we are going to be sharing with you throughout the night the things that we have been able to do, what we were able to accomplish in the interest of every single Barbadian. Today is not like where we were 10 years ago with no hope, looking into an abyss where we could lose our dollar, finding ourselves without the foreign exchange to buy the goods and services that we need for your lives. Today is a different day, and we give God thanks. So our first speaker for the evening is going to be Dr. William Duguid from the constituency of Christchurch West. And he is a man of passion. He's also a very bright and intelligent man. And tonight he's coming to share with you the work that has been put in the infrastructure sector for Barbados. And please, we ask you to give him a warm welcome as he comes to share with you the results and the progress of the Barbados Labour Party in the area of infrastructure. Dr. Duguid, over to you.
New government! We done with them, we want BLP. Let's rebuild this economy. More jobs.
Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. How you feeling tonight? You enjoyed that motorcade? It looked like y'all had a lot of fun. You know, tonight we have a great celebration. A big win by a big man in St. James North. But tonight, Lillian, who's standing up right there, tell me, don't put too much lashes on the DLP. The punch drunk with lashes and lashes and lashes already. So instead of putting lashes on them, as Lillian told me, I instead came here tonight to talk about the 7 years of fantastic service of the Barbados Labour Party. But you know, they only give me 7 minutes. So I know how I could talk about 7 years of work in 7 minutes, but I'm going to try. When you come to think about the last 7 years, the first thing we have to look at is reflect on what we had to deal with. This Barbados Labour Party government, led by Mia Amor Montley, had to deal with an international pandemic. And when that was finished, we had to deal with a volcano. And then when that, we had 2 hurricanes, not even 1, but 2. But this administration, led by me and more Motley kept a stable and steady hand and brought us through all of those difficulties. Because we had a plan and we had a vision and we worked towards that plan. Because you know, if you fail to plan, plan to. If you fail to plan, plan to. And we are not failing Barbados. So what we have done is we have looked to build Barbados out in a resilient way. And what I do is I put it in terms of the 4 H's: hospitals, hotels, houses, and high-value projects. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we have improved the infrastructure of this country. And I'm going to start with hospitals. Because as you walk through and you pass through Waterford Bottom, you see a fantastic structure being built there. The new geriatric hospital for the people of Barbados. The first purpose-built geriatric hospital in the history of this land. Bringing opportunities not only for people in terms of the construction or in terms of work, but to take care of our senior people. Because me, Amor Motley, and the Barbados Labour Party cares about our people and cares about our seniors with the aging population that we have. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about that hospital. That hospital will provide treatment facilities separate from the wards for all of the patients. High-class treatment opportunities. It will provide medical gases at the bed. It will provide state-of-the-art sterilization and investigative abilities for the hospital. All on site and not having to transfer patients as they have had to do in the past. It will have a generation capacity so that if electricity goes down at any time, they will have that to be able to back up people, to get oxygen, to get lighting, whatever facility, because the Barbados Labour Party has planned out the geriatric hospital to make it a state-of-the-art facility and bring Barbados into the modern century. That is what the Barbados Labour Party has done with the hospital. And that's only one. We've also got expansion of another. Anyway, I'm going to let the Prime Minister maybe talk about that. But watch this space about other hospitals in Barbados. Because we as a government have planned and made absolutely sure that we're going to build resilience, build capacity, and make Barbados better. That is what you, the people of Barbados, elected us to do. And that is what we have done. Because 7 years of service, but looking onward and forward to another 7 years with you and with the Barbados Labour Party and with this government. Because we intend to make Barbados better. That is hospitals. The next one I want to talk about is hotels. And you all heard in the budget about the 6 hotels. But I want to tell you that 3 more are about to start. In fact, 1 start already. That is one in the north where the old Haywood's Hotel was. It's going to be Beaches, which is one of the sandals. You heard about that? And then on top of that, we have one in Maxwell Coast Road, which is going through planning, called Odyssey. Another 180-room hotel. You heard about that? And then when that one is going on, you have another one, the Old Paradise, called Montage. So in addition to 6 hotels, for the first time in the history of this country, we will be in a position to have 9 hotels building simultaneously. That is the work of the Barbados Labour Party. That is the work of 7 years of putting us together, putting things together, and now we are seeing the fruits of our labor for the next 7 and beyond. You know, my friends, we come to office to make Barbados better. We came to office and we saw a Barbados that was floundering. The first thing we did, as you heard Peter say, was to save the dollar. And after saving the dollar, we set about making wrong things right. All the things that weren't happening before. The problems with the buses and the garbage trucks and so on and so forth, as you heard. We have done a lot of that. But now we must be looking onward and upward to the next stage. We must look to build out the housing capacity of this country. And let me tell you, when I drive by there in Lancaster and see those 160 houses built by the Hope, I feel proud because I know that Barbadians who otherwise did not have an opportunity to get a house through this Barbados Labour Party administration have been able to benefit from a housing solution. And we ain't stopping there. We're going to Poole. And when that is finished, we're going to Colleton. And when that is finished, we're going to Searles. And when that is done, we're going to Lower Burney. And when that is done, we already just opened up in St. Philip too. And we also had another place in St. Philip River as well. This Barbados Labour Party is working for you. And this continues to be a party that will continue to work for you. Vineyard as well. So we have worked on houses. We have worked on hotels. We've worked on hospitals. The next one is the high value projects, 4 H's. Have you all passed by the stadium recently? Have you all seen this national stadium is about to start? Years of negotiation, years of design. And let me tell you, I was at the front and forefront of designing the new national stadium. It is not an easy thing to do. It has taken time. Have there been an inordinate amount of delay? Yes. But are we moving forward at pace? Yes. Are we going to get a national stadium that the Barbados Labour Party and the people of Barbados will be proud of? Absolutely yes. And that is what we are going to do. Because we are making sure everything is done. You know, a carpenter will always tell you, you measure twice and you cut once. And that's what we had to do. We had to make sure that all the designs were right. We had to make sure that everything was exactly as it should be. You see, they're here telling me I only got 1 minute left. I don't know how you could effectively talk about 7 years in 7 minutes. But I understand. I obey. And they told me I got 1 minute. I could do my, oh Lord, you tell me I'd use that half the minute already. You got 30 seconds. I want to tell you, we could not do any of this work without you, the people of Barbados. We could not do any of it without you, the Barbados Labour Party supporters and voters. And what we now need to do is to come together as one country. Come together in a unified way and let us all work together and take Barbados forward, building Barbados, making it better, making it resilient, making it ready for the future. Good night and God bless you all. I thank you.
We do not want them, not them again.
Tell me what you want.
Barbados, stand up.
Tell me what you want.
We want new government.
Tell me what you want.
Barbados Labour Party.
Tell me what you want.
BLP.
Tell me what you want.
BLP.
Yes, 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 and you have BLP, and BLP is here for a long time because the BLP is doing great work in this country. Moving quickly along, I'm going to bring a powerhouse to you. I describe her as the powerhouse. Quiet, but a powerhouse. The next speaker will be Member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central, Marcia Cattle.
Barbados Labour Party.
Tell me what you want.
BLP.
Tell me what you want.
BLP.
Tell me what you want.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. And good night to Barbados. You know, it is wonderful to be up on this platform after the Barbados Labour Party family has come together in this constituency in St. James North to bring more quality, more substance, more ingenuity, more innovation to the people of Barbados, and in service, in continuation of the 7 years that we have had the honor to serve you as Barbados. But I'm afraid that tonight I'm reflecting as well on the fact that last Friday we said goodbye at the 7-year mark again as in service to Barbados to one of our stalwarts, Chessel Rock, to a woman who has embodied what the women of the Barbados Labour Party have been able to accomplish. And tonight, I have the honor and the absolute privilege not just to represent the people of St. Michael South Central, but also to be one of the vice chairs of this Barbados Labour Party, along with my neighbor who will talk to you next, Kurt Humphrey. And I do not take that lightly. And I don't think that any of the women in the Barbados Labour Party take lightly the legacy that has gone before us and that we are picking up to take forward. Comrades, I do not take any pleasure in the fact that we draw a stark contrast to the role of women in politics, that we draw a stark contrast to the Democratic Labour Party. It does not give me any pleasure or any joy what we have seen over the last weeks and months, the exodus of women that have left that party because they have not been given the place and the role that we have had the honor to be able to benefit from for many decades of women's leadership in this Barbados Labour Party. And so tonight, I just want to say a few words about what that has meant for us as we said goodbye to a woman like Chessel Rock, whom I was able to meet through a woman like Norma Caddo, and so many more of you who are here tonight. Lillian, you are one. So many of the women of the Labour Party who have been able to hold this party up. And tonight, we honor those women. Comrades, in these 7 years of service, we first of all want to thank Barbadians for the confidence that you've placed in us, that we do not take lightly and we will never take for granted. And that even as you will hear us talk tonight about some of the things we've been able to do, we will always continue to look to the future as we look to take you upward and onward and to go there together. We have been able to enjoy the work and the legacy of people like Dame Billy Miller, of people like Sir Henry Ford and the Ford Commission on the status of women that was able to produce 212 recommendations, most of which made it into policy in benefiting the women of Barbados. And I am happy to be the first woman on stage tonight because many will follow me. The first woman General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union will be on this platform tonight. The Prime Minister, the first woman Prime Minister in Barbados, will be on this platform tonight. It is no coincidence that women are shining in this Barbados Labour Party. And you know, in 2022, when the Prime Minister was acknowledged as one of Time's 100 most influential people, she's gotten a lot of accolades. But why did that one stand out to me? It stood out because of the way that women lead, of the transformational way that women lead through influence, through example, through building partnerships. We could not have gotten where we got with the International Monetary Fund and with international partners without the influence and the partnership and the forging of relationships that the Prime Minister and others did. And so tonight, let us reflect on the transformational nature of women's leadership. But this is not just about talking about the numbers of women that we have. It is also about talking about the practical ways in which we have advanced women's equality in this country. And this is not a competition because I'm afraid that sometimes when we start talking about women and equality, sometimes the men might get a little afraid. But that's not what it's about. It's not a competition. It's about bringing women forward because they make up half of who we are. Because the contribution of women has meant so much for what we've been able to do, not just in this Labour Party, but in this country. And we talk the talk, but we also walk the walk. Because when Kurt comes tonight, he may be able to talk to you some more about some of the programs in his ministry that have advanced the cause of women. The One Family program targeting 1,000 families, most of those beneficiaries are women. Up to 80% of who benefits from that program are women. And let me tell you something that I know as an economist, because economics is not just about GDP and balancing a budget. What the research has shown us is that when you put income in women's hands, when you give women opportunities, when you make sure they earn, they just stretch it. They make sure that children's health matters. They make sure that children get to the doctor and to the polyclinic. They make sure that children get to school. They make sure that everybody is taken care of. And we know this. This is not just word of mouth. This is not just hearsay. We see it. Our research has shown us that. This Barbados Labour Party is a party that works on evidence. This Barbados Labour Party is one that is not afraid to put women forward, where women have to find out on the radio that they were let go from the Senate. Where women are trodden upon like we have seen in the Democratic Labour Party, and I don't take joy in that because I'm a woman. And I got here on the shoulders of the women that you will see here tonight, and the Honourable Prime Minister, and Dame Billy Miller, and Lillian, and Chessel, and others. They have brought us along. But it is not just the One Family program that's targeting women. When you invest in care in households, you are making sure that women are freed up to work and earn and participate in our daily lives. And we did that through the Community Elder Care Program, which is not only helping provide care to the elderly so that women who would have been providing that care can go and work, but it's also mostly work that is carried out by women. We have been able to expand women's employment through programs like that, through programs like the school monitors, where mostly women had been going into schools during COVID and providing care to children. And when people said that COVID was over and we should stop that program, we said no way. We said those women have families, those women have children to send to school, and those women are doing important work in these schools, and they must continue to earn and be employed and make money in this country because women's contribution matters. Comrades, the report of the National Commission on the Status of Women was laid in Parliament in the month and the year that I was born. It did tremendous work to make sure that women have a chance, that women's voices are heard, and you will be able to hear more of those voices tonight. So, comrades, I want us to continue to make sure that we uplift and we honor not just the women of the Labour Party, that we provide opportunities not just to the young women who are coming up, but that we make sure that we set an example to those in the Democratic Labour Party. I know they've got a lot to do to get themselves together, but one of the things that they must stop doing is stop alienating women and make sure that Barbados can continue its legacy. People look to this country to see what should we do on gender equality because Barbados has led this region and this world. And so, comrades, as we go upward and onward, let us take as an example women's innovative and transformational leadership in this party and in this country. That is the kind of leadership that will take us forward, upward and onward together. Barbados Labour Party family, thank you.
Barbados Labour Party!
Tell me what you want. B-O-P. Tell me what you want. B-O-P. Tell me what you want. B-O-P.
That was mighty, coming from a short, dynamic lady. Please give her another hand. Barbados Labour Party takes care of everyone. But you cannot care for people if you're not able to build your economic base to be able to produce the jobs that people need to be able to take care of their families and to fulfill their dreams. And the Barbados Labour Party has worked hard as an administration to restore economic health to this country, to give more and more Barbadians an opportunity to be able to work. Coming on stage is Mr. Ian Gooding-Edgell, who is the Minister of Tourism, who works hard at putting that bread and butter on the table for every Barbadian. Give him a round of applause.
New government, we done with them, we want BLP. Let's rebuild this economy. More jobs and opportunity. Them ain't doing nothing for me. They want
Good night,
BLP,
good night.
'cause
Good
we
night,
need
St.
a
James
change.
North.
We don't want new government.
Good night, Barbados. And it would be remiss of me not to thank the good constituents of St. James North for a vote of confidence in Chad Blackman. And I want to say thank you for all that you did to ensure that Chad Blackman will walk the steps of Parliament next Tuesday. But we do so, and in thanking you, it is often a time where we can reflect and where on this journey, the Barbados Labour Party's journey since 2018. And as we continue on our journey, there is but one way we have to go, and that is to continue to work very hard on behalf of you, the people of Barbados. You have given us a good mandate, not once but twice, and we thank you. But we didn't gloat with the mandate that we have. We went to work and we worked hard, as you can see, in trying to build out Barbados and make Barbados what we know it to be. And we have done so proudly. And as a party with solid leadership, we are still working very hard on your behalf. And I say to you that when you look at tourism, for example, we have since come into office, notwithstanding the circumstances with the pandemic, but we've come to work and we've worked hard. Those ministers who came before me, and certainly now as a Minister of Tourism, we have worked hard to grow tourism in Barbados. And when you look and see what we've done, we have returned flights that were no longer around pre-2018. In post-2018, you have Delta returning to Barbados with daily services throughout the year. Going to Atlanta, you have American Airlines that we brought back to Barbados, going to New York on a daily basis. And we brought Copa, we increased the Virgin Atlantic flights to double dailies, and British Airways also increased. And I can go on and tell you about the wonderful accomplishments in airlift. But remember that airlift is the foundation of tourism. And I said so before. But what we have done and what we're continuing to do in this Barbados is that we're building a secure foundation for you. And I cite one example, and that is tourism, where we are continually building out tourism, not for the government, but for you, the people of Barbados, who sent us to represent you in their name. And I say to you, as we continue to build out a solid foundation for Barbados, we will always remember that you, the people of Barbados, will remain at the center and at the core. And we do so because we understand what it is to come to work and work hard, because we are serving you, the people of Barbados. And we will never get tired of serving you, the people of Barbados, because it is you who gave us the confidence, the mandate to govern the affairs in Barbados, and we will continue to do so with pride whilst remaining very humble in what we do. And at the regional leadership, we have restored pride in Barbados. Our Prime Minister on the international scene has restored not only the confidence in this country, but also has led the charge internationally and has repositioned Barbados that by her outstanding contributions, tourism can also come along and benefit, because the more people who are either Googling or asking about our Prime Minister, that name brand that it has in the market, and I can say so confidently, has also contributed to our growth within the tourism sector. And as we continue throughout Barbados serving you, we will always remember that tourism is critical, but you, the people, must benefit. And that is why I say, as we build out tourism, that the benefits will not trickle down. The benefits will be pouring through to you, the ordinary people. And we say to you that when we build and we bring more tourists, build out tourism, and bring more tourists to Barbados, what are we doing? We are ensuring that the taxi operators get more work and that they get work consistently. We are saying that the hotel workers will have a shorter period where you don't have reduced hours, but you can work longer. We are saying to the fish vendors right there in Weston and the fishermen that you too can be a beneficiary of what we have to offer. We are also saying that all the small businesses all through this constituency and across Barbados can benefit as a result, whether you have a shop, whether you have a retail store, whether you have a restaurant or a bar, that you too will be benefit, because the benefits will be pouring through right down to the ordinary man and woman in Barbados, and that is what we are doing. So we are very committed to the growth of tourism. You would have seen the year-on growth. Last year, we earned the most money in tourism and earnings in the history of Barbados. And we are doing so because we are doing so on your behalf. We've grown the tourism sector. We are building it out. And we have even more plans for you. Because as we look to the future, we want to ensure that we have heritage tourism locked into our development plans so that we can offer more attractions, more people can be employed, more people can benefit from the tourism sector. And that is why, as chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, I continue to labor hard so that we have the collaborative efforts of the region, ensuring that we build out not only Barbados, but the region, because this is who we are. We are firm believers in CARICOM and development. So I say to you that 7 years on, we have continued to work hard on your behalf. And we have done so with a dedicated team of men and women, not only within the cabinet and the parliamentary group, but all those who come out and go to work every day to help us. And we will continue to lead with compassion, and we will continue to lead with integrity. Because the one thing you can say about our Prime Minister is that she's led with integrity, she's led with compassion, and even though a crisis may come upon us, she's demonstrated a commitment to leadership, to lead us out of any dark situation, to ensure that tomorrow we can rise as the sun will shine and the sun will rise in the east and come over Barbados. I say to you, continue to remain as good as you have been. Continue to have the faith in the Barbados Labour Party, and continue to walk with us as we inspire you, as we go to work hard every day to achieve a better quality of life for you, the people, stay with the Barbados Labour Party. We thank you for your confidence, but always remember that the vision of the Barbados Labour Party is one to ensure that you, the people of Barbados, also rise with us, so that when Barbados grows, you too will grow with Barbados. I thank you and have a good evening.
Yeah. Sharp vibes. Yeah. Red boys. Yeah. Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Can I really talk just a little bit? Hold on. You coming at the dance. And you woke up ready. But you ain't bring no friends. Nor no family. You see the stranger on your left. You see the stranger on your right. Better start to jam up with them, cause we fucking in here tonight. I'll be chanting. Together we drinking.
Family.
Together we whining.
All of me.
Pumping. Fret until the morning. Tell me how you're feeling. You know why? All the way in the carnival. All the way in the festival. All the way in the bacchanal. All the way. Whatever you get. A wine on your bumper. The crowd push you over. We pushing back. Lord. Everybody know get in your zone. Nobody here should whine alone. All of we end up in one.
We're here giving thanks tonight, showing appreciation to the people of St. James North for once again going to the polls and voting in their numbers for the newest Member of Parliament, Chad Blackman. In addition to that, we are celebrating and giving thanks, showing appreciation to the people of Barbados. Today is the 7th anniversary of this party in service to the people, to this wonderful country. And we want to move on. You've heard from our first female speaker, Marsha Cattle, about the role that women has played in this party for many years now. It has always been kind to its women. And you heard Marsha, who is still young, still a young woman, but you'll hear now from, you'll hear from the future women, one of the future women in this party who will rise years from now. I bring to you Roshana Trim, who is president of the League of Young Socialists.
New government. We done with them, we want BLP. Let's rebuild this economy. More jobs and opportunity. Them ain't doing nothing for me.
Good night, St. James North. Good night, comrades. Good night, Barbados. Good night to my BLP family. You know, 7 years could never be 7 days. And as we speak tonight on the theme of upward and onward, it is so important to look at not only the legacy of the Barbados Labour Party and our track record, but also the future of the Barbados Labour Party. This party, since its inception, has been committed to progress and ensuring the development of Barbados for generations to come. This party has championed young people. This is the political party where we saw the election of Mia Amor Motley when she was still in her 20s. The ones that push persons like Liz Thompson, like Shanika Roberts-Odell, like Andrele Boyce. And so we see a consistent pattern where young people are not only seen and not only welcome here, but they're involved at every single level. This is the political party that has championed young people. This is the political party that has ensured that young people across Barbados can thrive regardless of who they are and where they come from. This is the political party that understands that no matter where you come from, you can excel. and we can provide you with the tools to do so, because if we are not making life better for the next generation, then what are we doing? Governance is not just for today. It is not simply to make sure that we have money to eat. It is not simply about right now. But governance is about ensuring that as you progress and that as you develop, that those that come after you inherit something better than you have ever envisioned. And so this party's consistent commitment to young people and to youth allows for young people to go wherever they want to. Whether you want to work at Netflix as a set designer, or you want to run across the world, or you have ambitions to play football or do art, this is the government that wants Barbadian young people to access everything, because our size is not a restriction. And so this party understands quite clearly and demonstrates daily that our development and our progress is linked to the inclusion and advancement of young people. And if our young people are not equipped to take on the world, then we have not done the job that we are supposed to do. And so what has this political party done? One of the first things we did in 2018 was to ensure that Barbadians had access to tertiary level education. And we act as though this is a very small thing, but the truth is that tertiary level education for many is the door through which we take our families, through which we take our communities. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, providing training and mentorship and funding opportunities for young people. The Barbados Trust Loan Fund that offers collateral-free loans of up to Barbados $5,000 to aspiring entrepreneurs. The Barbados Youth Business Trust, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, Project Dawn, that allows for young people to gain skills so that they can go out into the world and seek employment. This is the government that has time and time again focused and ensured that young people are prioritized. And so we see it not only nationally, where we've also ensured that young people serve at the highest level on boards across the island, school boards, national boards, statutory boards, and otherwise, but also within the political party, and that we have a strong track record of promoting young people. I serve as president of the League of Young Socialists. Chad served as president of the League of Young Socialists. And as the political youth arm, as the youth arm of the Barbados Labour Party, I can tell you that there's always consultation happening, that young people are allowed to speak, and that just because we do not necessarily agree, it does not mean that our opinions or our voices are quieted or that they don't matter, because we feel seen, and so we show up time and time again for a party that shows up time and time again for us. Young individuals in the political party are continuously appointed. We are continuously engaged so that we understand not only what we see, but we understand what happens in the background. We understand how the political party works, how governance works, how government works, and so we are able to continuously contribute. Tonight we celebrate 7 years, but we do so celebrating a victory in St. James North. We do so celebrating a young man that has come from the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party. A young man who has been in the political party and says at 18 years old his journey started. And so it demonstrates that we not only engage young people, but we mentor them. We help them through their developmental journey. We ensure that they are nurtured, because we know that talent needs to be nurtured. That sometimes when you plant a tree, it is important. You have to go back, water it, take care of it, take off the dead leaves. All of those different things, because if you don't, the plant will die. And so before Chad was even a member of parliament in St. James North, he started the Tech Hub. And if you listen to Chad speak, as we've heard him speak for the last 3 weeks, we see the passion, we see the commitment to young people and to innovation. And that really represents the Barbados Labour Party. That is who we are. And so in the recent campaign with Chad, the League of Young Socialists had the opportunity to not only support by speaking at some of the meetings and canvassing, but we were able to launch a youth platform, a completely youth platform. Kiara, Shakem, Shane, Tyrell, Caleb, Shanika. These are all young people who have come through the party. And we continue to allow for them, and for us, to play a meaningful role in this political party. And so as we continue to give young people voice and allow for them to use their voice, as we continue to see talent and to embrace the talent of our young people, as we continue to recognize the importance of centering and prioritizing young people, it is also important to note that we do that by bridging generational gaps. And so one of the things that I have valued greatly in this political party is the kindness extended to me by members of parliament, by other members of the political party. The kind of support that you offer to young people is why we come time and time again. It is why we will walk for the political party, for the Barbados Labour Party. It is why it means so much to us, because we know that the Barbados Labour Party is building a better life for Barbadians, and it has done so for over 80 years. When we talk about young people, a lot of times we speak as though they are simply observing, as though they're simply receiving. And oftentimes, we fail to put them in the driver's seat. I assure you that this political party puts young people in the driver's seat and continues to drive us forward, continue to lead us upward and onward, because our national anthem says that upward and onward we shall go, inspired, exalting, free, and greater will our nation grow in strength and unity. And when we say that, it means that we have to understand the role that we each play. And so tonight I stand here proud to be part of a political party that understands what governance is. Proud to be part of a political party that made history 7 years ago and continues to make history. Proud to be part of a political party led by a visionary leader. Proud to be part of a political party that recognizes the importance of young people. Proud to be part of a political party that is building the best life for our people. Proud to be part of a political party that recognizes that governance and leadership is not something that happens overnight, that it will not be without mistakes, that it may not be perfect, but we do it anyway because we have a North Star, a better life for our people, a better life for Barbadians, a better life for young people to ensure that everybody thrives. And so tonight, I thank the Barbados Labour Party for its commitment to young people like myself and the members of the League of Young Socialists. To show up and be seen regardless of who we are without hesitation is something that I don't know that everyone understands how much we value it. And so I want to say that as we continue, support Chad. It is not enough that the election was won. There is so much more to do. Show up and show out for Chad. And tonight I say to you, thank you. Thank you so much for your warmth, your mentorship, your leadership, your encouragement. And I want to say good night and God bless.
All right, you've heard one of the many young people, the rising stars of this Barbados Labour Party. Now you've come tonight to listen as we thank you and we show appreciation. But this is not a lecture here tonight. I'm sure you want to hear some music to shake a leg and to enjoy yourselves. It gives me the pleasure, therefore, to introduce next one of the entertainers tonight, formerly called Versatile. New name, Versatile. Welcome, DJ Versatile.
Gem of the Caribbean. Nothing like coming home to the rock, boy, for real. Come on, let's go. Gem of the Caribbean Sea, one nothing with me. I am a pigeon, I'm a pigeon. Yeah, 166 square miles of pure love, pure smile. I am a pigeon, yeah, a pigeon. Yeah, gold sand and crystal blue sea, one nothing with me. I am a pigeon, I'm a pigeon. Yeah, a symbol of pride and industry. Christchurch to St. Lucie. I am a pigeon, a pigeon. Wherever I roam or I go, I will let them know. No matter what I say or I do, blue, yellow, black, and blue. Represent it. Come on. Drinks, rags, repping the Bajan flag. Vibes,
Yeah.
music,
Hey.
jump up and down and sing it.
All right.
Come on. Gem of the Caribbean Sea, one nothing with we. I am a pigeon, I'm a pigeon. Yeah, one peaceful love in society. We're one family. I am a pigeon, a pigeon. Yeah, and I've come over and cuddle man to the women look Kevin says. I am a pigeon, I'm a pigeon. Yeah,
Good night to everyone here. St. James North.
I'm a pigeon.
Yours truly, Verse. First and foremost, let me say congratulations to the big man, Minister Chad Blackman. Congratulations, sir.
No matter what I say or I do, blue, yellow, black, and blue. Represent it. Come on. Drinks, rags, repping my Bajan flag. Vibes, music, jump up and down and sing it. Come on. Gem of the Caribbean Sea, one nothing with me. I am a pigeon.
Let me bring back some memories first.
Come up to my bumpsy boy and I.
Cheers.
Come up to my bumpsy boy and I. Come up to my bumpsy boy and I. Come up to my bumpsy boy and I. Look the Bajan whining, look St. Lucian whining.
To the people up in the hills, work your way down, man.
West Indian, look the Bajan whining.
Right.
Look St. Lucian whining, Dominican whining. West Indian, I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me. I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me. I want you to grind me,
Another tremendous victory.
grind me. I want you to grind me, grind me.
BLP forever.
Sing, oh gosh, ay.
To all my Western people, all my Carlton people, Garden,
Make the girl them bend,
Westmoreland, the whole works, man. The whole of St. James North. Yep.
make the girl them bend right over. Make the girl them
Right.
Make the girl them bend right over. Make the girl them bend right over. Make the girl them bend right over. Make the girl
Who can remember this dance?
start to whine.
Not that one, my brother. Give me the crossfire one, brother. Let me go. Right. Who can remember this dance? Remember this?
The road is mine. The road is mine. The road is mine. The road is mine. We hooked up on the highway with food and plenty drink. All together. We plan on going all day. Music, no time to think. All together. And when we start to rumble, it's rumble all the way. All together.
We're celebrating tonight, yo. We're celebrating.
Stop, pass it. Drink your drink, stop, pass it. Hold your gal, stop, pass it. Drink your drink, stop, pass it. Hold your gal, stop, pass it. Drink your drink, stop, pass it. When you bump, stop, pass it. Drink your drink, stop, pass it.
We met this gal from Haiti, a pretty gal for it.
All together.
Well, you cannot
Sound the horn, baby man. Sound the horn. Sound the horn. Right.
never just to shake it up.
All together.
And when she shake it, shaking her, how she feel with your petty
Stop,
stop.
pass it.
Yo,
Stop, pass it.
drink your drink.
Stop, pass it.
Hold like ya.
Stop, pass it.
Drink your drink.
Stop, pass it.
Wine for the bum.
Stop, pass it.
Drink your drink.
Stop, pass it.
Hold like ya.
Stop, pass it. The road is mine. The road is mine. The road is mine. makes the water rock. Every sailor must be tough. The boat is rocking, so come out and rocking.
Big music, man.
It is a bumpy ride. We rolling with the tide.
Yo, Shuli Verse, well, man.
So
Representing for the BLP.
hold on to something.
And?
Hold on to anything.
What?
Hold on to something.
I drove the big man, man.
Cause we rockin' left, we rockin' right, we rockin' day, we rockin' night.
The boat is rocking.
So come out is rockin'. We rockin' forward, rockin' back. We hope the mast stay intact. The boat is rockin'. So come out is rockin'.
Yes. The car went down the road.
Like we in a take me down the road. New and dark on the road again. Take me down the road.
Boy.
New and dark on the road
Right.
again. Take me down the road. New and dark on the road again. Take me down the road. Turn on the speaker, put the volume to all. Tell them play a soca song to remind me when I was small. A bass and a guitar with melody to perform. I go play a soca song to remind you when you was small. Tell Mr. DJ, I come for the bacchanal. I come with my big flag to turn up the festival.
Whoa.
I got them waving and moving, and we can jump up. Raise your hand, lose yourself till you break away. Jump up and make a bacchanal the whole day. And line up.
If you are a long time BLP supporter, big respect to you. Big respect to you.
Turn on the speaker, put the volumes up all. Tell them play a soca song to remind me when I was small. A bass and a guitar with melody to perform. I go play a soca song to remind you when you was small.
Ready. It's another episode. When we out on the road,
Oh gosh.
this is what we love to celebrate, to celebrate. This is not Hollywood. No, we don't come out a buzz. We just party with no restraint. From pillar to post, I just party the most. I behave in the worst. My conduct is so gross.
Also, all right, my only character people.
Time that away.
Whoa.
It's a bus brigade. Let's get mash up again. Crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the betting. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the lining. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping, start the betting. Right now, let me start it. Boy, right now, let me start it. Oh, this is our destiny. Yes, it belongs to we. We making history. We celebrate, we celebrate.
Heard the man said to celebrate, to celebrate. That's what we're doing tonight. We're celebrating the big win.
We just start
Celebrating the big man.
from pillar to post. We just party the most. We behaving the worst. We conduct it so gross.
Love the vibes, man.
Time I getting up.
Positive energy, peace, and unity.
Barbados, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Crop over, good morning. Show them how we just jump up. Show them how we just free up. Right now, let me start the drinking, start the bumping,
We said go big or go home.
start the drinking, start
And we went big and certain people get sent home.
the drinking. Right now, let me start it. Boy, right now, let me start it.
I'm just saying.
Bruce Lee Almighty.
Jeez, on man.
Yeah.
We put a little tempo up on it. Versi style.
Come back, carnival. I can't wait until tomorrow.
Cheers.
But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm parting away my sorrows. Come back, carnival. But I can't wait until tomorrow. But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm drinking. Bring something, cause everybody chanting. I can always get on for the road again. Well, in the back, get on by my friends. Whoa. I want you to take something and bring it in the air, right now we are playing. I can always get on for the road again.
Wait. They want it, pull up or something. When I want it, pull up or something. That easy.
Yeah, yeah.
Go through the verse, way passing through, man. Ready again.
Come back, carnival. I can't wait until tomorrow. But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm parting away my sorrow.
Cheers.
Come back, carnival. But I can't wait until tomorrow. But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm drinking. Bring something, cause
Everybody chanting.
I cannot wait to get on for the road again. Wallow in the back, get on by with my friends. I want you to take something I play in the air, river in the air, right now we up like pain. I cannot wait to get on for the road again. Wallow in the back, get on by with my friends. I want you to take something I play in the air, river in the air, right now we up like pain. If I had one wish, I will wish that I could bring back all the people I miss. Hold a party right now, Larry kick and reminisce, cause tomorrow's not.
If you know you had a great time at the motorcade, keep some noise. If you enjoy the motorcade, keep some noise. All right.
See like another tune, DJ turn up the set. 10,000 people jump.
We still celebrating.
Them said they're not going home, shout out loud. Come back, carnival. I can't wait until tomorrow.
Cheese on.
But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm parting away my sorrows. Come back, carnival. But I can't wait until tomorrow. But I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm drinking. Bring something, cause everybody chanting. I cannot wait to get on for the road again. Wallow in the back, get on by with my friends. I want you to take something I play in the air, river in the air, right now we up like game.
And we all know BLP is for the people, man. Always looking out for the people, for sure.
I want you to take something I play.
We are all one big family, all pro BHS together. Pro BHS together, man. Yeah. Done it, Versi. Wait, man. One big family.
Madder than anything. Madder than anything. Madder than anything. Our Belgium is a champion and coming out the win. When we turn up, it flatten. All from the road, it flatten. All push back, it flatten. You don't know what can happen when we turn up.
St. James North.
From the road, it flatten. All push back, it flatten. You don't know what can happen. You see me whining? That is the Belgian in me. Everybody pumping. We celebrating 50 together jumping. By the road we making history. That's how we drop it. Lord, I's a Belgian. I don't give a damn. I can rep this Belgian flag. Anywhere I go, I can let you know. I can rep this Belgian flag. Take it out right now if your body coming down madder than anything. Madder than anything. Madder than anything. Our Belgian is a champion and coming out the win. When we
BLP. 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 We love BLP. That's the chant. BLP. BLP.
all push back, it flatten. You don't know what can happen. Hey, the place where I'm from, the women really look good inside the session. The people love to walk up, we love to drink rum. But still we'll show you love. I is a
One big family.
Cause when we roll, we don't roll alone. Together. Skinny fam.
One big family, man.
Marshall. We don't see color.
Hey.
Toughest world.
Cause when we roll, we don't roll alone.
Anywhere that we go,
What we is?
come over and over with me, family. With me, family. When we come to
It's a vibe.
turn up dance me like a hammer. 'Cause everybody jumping up together, jumping up together, mashing up together.
celebrating the win of the big man. Minister Chad Blackman, congrats again. St. James North, enough respect here.
We see strength, we see power, we don't see race, one or the other. Once he is breathing on this earth, he is my brother. Well, even if we fall out, brethren, we go all out. We will never lost the family, them fall and sprawl out. From everywhere we crawl out, we ready to brawl out. Lord, fire burn our friend, his family, we ball out. We jumping with we family, with me family, when we come to
A big shout out to all the hard-working people. If you worked hard this week and you are glad it's the weekend and you are here celebrating with the big man, the next one for the hard-working people. Listen.
we work so hard all week. We work so hard
Every week, what we deserve.
We deserve a party. We deserve it. Say we deserve it. Yeah, we deserve it. Tell all your friend and them. Tell all the girl and them. Bring all your friend and them. Let's get it started. I say, oh yo, also come and sit, take a jump and let we start it by the joke, let we start it by the joke. Party on the road, is a party on the road. Light it up, bring the shots and light it up. Party on the road, is a party on the road. Look at vibes in the back, watch back and all in the front. Party on the road, is a party on the road, way. Come let me party on the road, way. So let me see your hands up in the air, wave them up in the band. People from everywhere, welcome down to the land of the party. We love to party, boy yo, cause life is to be living, so we living it, and thanks is to be given, so we giving it. So don't be late, the truck and them can't wait. We are thing to celebrate. I'm telling you, all work and no play, me say, no way. We don't want no part of that. I need a stress reliever, 2 drinks in the hand and a girl in the middle. That's the gun we need to find, the middle, for the sake of peace of mind. So the middle of the road is where you'll find me and my friend and them, because we work so hard all week. We deserve a party. We deserve it. Say we deserve it. Yeah, we deserve it. Tell all your friend and them. Tell all the girl and them. Bring all your friend and them. And let's get it started. I say, oh yo, also come and sit, take a jump and let we start it by the joke, let we start it by the joke. Party on the road, is a party on the road. Light it up, bring the shots and light it up. Party on the road, is a party on the road. Look at vibes in the back, watch back and all in the front. Party on the road, is a party on the road, way. Come let me party on the road, way. So let me see your hands up in the air, wave them up in the band. People from everywhere, welcome down to the land of the party. We love to party, boy yo, cause life is to be living, so we living it, and thanks is to be given, so we giving it. So don't be late, the truck and them can't wait. We are thing to celebrate. I'm telling you, hard work without the smart work, it now work. We don't want no part of that. I need a little breather, 2 days on the road with some jam in the middle. That's the gun we need to find, the middle, for the sake of peace of mind. So the middle of the road is where you'll find me and my friend and them, because we work so hard all week. We deserve a party. We deserve it. Say we deserve it. Yeah, we deserve it.
So it's upward and onward for us, Barbados. It is upward and onward for us with the Barbados Labour Party. And we are again so thankful to have Chad Blackman added to our team. Thank you so much, St. James North. We started out by sharing with you what we've been doing in infrastructure, in providing for the elderly, in providing homes for Barbadians, and importantly, jobs. Dr. Duguid shared that with us. And then we were able to hear what God is doing in relation to positioning women in the party, giving them opportunity. And Marsha shared with you the commitment that this Barbados Labour Party has towards women in positioning them not only to have opportunity to rise, but to provide for their families. And then we had Ian explaining how more jobs are coming in tourism and construction because of the tremendous work he's been doing in generating investment for Barbados. It is upward, it is onward. And we are going to bring to the stage now Tony Moore. Because if we are going to give Barbadians the very best opportunity to live that best life, we have to protect them as workers. We have to protect their opportunities. We have to protect their wages. And we have to protect their job security. Give it up for... They've switched on me. No problem. Indar is coming. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Indar. He's my good friend. And you see this man? He is going to turn agriculture upside down in this country. And he and I are going to be partnering on a project that is going to bring agriculture even more life than he has already brought. So please welcome my friend, Indar Weir, the man with the plan for agriculture, and that will help this constituency and provide food security for all of Barbados. Give him a hand.
Good night, good night. First, permit me to say good night to the good people of St. Philip South who travel with me wherever I go. Thank you, St. Philip South. Good night to the good people of St. James North who listened to this platform throughout the by-election and delivered to us a great man who will represent you in Parliament and indeed in the Cabinet of Barbados. Good night, St. James North. And good night to all the people of Barbados, those who are near, those who are far. We love you. This is a Barbados Labour Party that cares about people. And I'm saying so tonight to you because I'm convinced that I owe you a sincere thank you for coming on this platform on 2 occasions and say to you, I have come to ask for your vote for Chad Blackman. I wasn't shy about it. I was deliberate because I understand what Barbados needs, and I am sure you all responded. And I thank you, thank you, thank you for listening to the Barbados Labour Party and giving us the great man, Chad Blackman. I equally say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are also here to celebrate 7 years of a Barbados Labour Party administration in the most difficult times in our existence. And I feel convinced that if we were to compare governments, this administration will stand out among many post-independence governments in Barbados, being ably led by Mayor Amor Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. And I will not fool myself for a moment to think that anybody else could have done better, because they could not have done better. I am sincere about that. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is not an easy walk. This certainly was not an easy journey for me as Minister of Agriculture, given the fact that you have people who walk around this country in the name of a party called the Democratic Labour Party, seeking to project agriculture as a failure in this country. And I have news for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. The greatest failure we've had has been played out in this by-election when Felicia Dujon was completely dismissed in this constituency. And why was she dismissed? She wasn't dismissed because of gender. She was dismissed because of nationality. She was dismissed because of insincerity. And when you come to a platform in a constituency like this where you see people actually have agriculture going on, where Chad Blackman spoke to you about forming a co-op to empower the people in this constituency, and she comes to you every night and says it does not exist. Such is the doing of a three-card man. The swiftness of the hand shall deceive the eyes, and they wanted to deceive you by telling you that which stands before you does not exist, and it is wrong. And you realize where this was going and completely dismiss her. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, we have the third oldest parliament in the Commonwealth, but it will never be a three-card parliament. I am convinced that when we look at the status of agriculture in Barbados, ladies and gentlemen, it is not an easy walk. It is extremely complex, difficult for most people to manage. All of my stakeholders told me I am the first minister that found time to consult with them time and time again. Under the previous administration, it did not happen. That's the voice of the stakeholders of this country. And I have been very, very, very clear in my job, and I said to this country that we're going to transform a sugar industry. I didn't say it was going to be perfect, but we have done the job of modeling the sugar industry where we are still producing 100,000 tons of cane in Barbados, producing 7,000 tons of molasses so that the rum industry can get molasses rather than have to import. And we have been proven to have the best molasses in the region. This is the Barbados that we are part of. This is what we do as a people. This is what we do as a government. And ladies and gentlemen, I say to you that when we had our challenges with the dairy industry, the stakeholders came to me and I invited them to a meeting with the Prime Minister. We sat, we discussed the challenges. They stated clearly, not me, they're the stakeholders, stated clearly what they wanted. It amounted to $2.5 million on the eve of a budget. And the Prime Minister gladly agreed and said, if we are going to improve dairy production in Barbados, we're going to have to support the dairy farmers. And we did exactly that. So that they have at their disposal $2.5 million now to grow out the dairy industry. And I want everyone to understand that when you listen to the Democratic Labour Party trying to make agriculture a problem for the minister and this government, they are wrong. Agriculture is faced with extreme climate crisis. And I'm saying that we have battled wars. We have battled the war with the climate crisis. There's chemical war going on. You have war with trade taking place as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Prices rising, price of fertilizers, pesticides, everything has been embattling the agricultural sector. And I stood the course with the farmers. During the COVID shutdown, when we recognized that we had to continue to eat food because my ministry is food security, we made $2 million available to all farmers who wanted to increase their production. And we had the greatest production during 2020 in the sector. And ladies and gentlemen, it did not stop there, but we need to recognize that our future cannot be led by outfield, open field agriculture. We've had more rain at times where we didn't expect rain, killing off crops through floods. Cucumber and those types of things will not withstand floods. If a field is flooded out with cucumber, pumpkin, all those things, a farmer is at risk of losing all. And our only hope is in the production of root crops in open field agriculture because that gives us a better chance. And what did the Central Bank report tell you in the first quarter of this year? That we had a 23.9% growth in root crop production while fruits and vegetables continue to struggle with the vagaries of climate. Am I to take the blame for that? So that you have an opposition leader and a candidate both behaving like a sorcerer who has lost control of his power and is caught up by his spell. But we know a stranger of the rituals of emptiness. And what we have had was an empty platform that speaks nothing to you in terms of progress, with the exception of Chad Blackman coming and telling you that you can increase production and that he would brand your production, form a co-op, and give you empower and enfranchisement in this constituency. That was what vision is all about. That is why you elected him. That is why I'm thanking you. That is why over the 7 years we were government, I gave you the Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive to make sure farmers can be supported by government. Land preparation, drip irrigation, planting material, PPE, even training and extension services so that we can help you along the way. The Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive is a project within the ministry that will continue to help farmers. We have been delivering. And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, this has not been an easy walk. So with all the criticism that they want to bring, let me tell you, the reality is still out there. And that reality speaks to how we were able to address the issues with water. This government took it upon itself to look at the water rates. Commercial water rates in Barbados was $2.66 per cubic meter going to farmers. Farmers who were taking water from BWA. We addressed that. The first thing we did was make it $1.80. The farmers came back to us and said they would still like a further reduction. They told me they wanted $1.20. I went to the Prime Minister of Barbados and got them $1 per cubic meter in the last by-election. So that farmers attached to BWA can now pay $1 per cubic meter. Where else have you ever seen this in Barbados with any administration, with any Minister of Agriculture? And I say to all of you, you went through a problem. We went through an absolutely difficult time in the poultry industry. And that poultry industry, we sat down, we worked it through, and got a 2.2% growth in the first quarter. And now we have launched this year. You would have seen the RFP come out in the dailies for farmers to come submit proposals for us to give them the technology now in poultry farming so that they can get the new growing systems that are climate friendly. It gives them the opportunity to produce more, give us more eggs, give us more broilers. And that is a project that you, the people of St. James North, will benefit from, but equally all of Barbados. We did not stop there. Agriculture has evolved under my stewardship, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 7 years. I am telling you that you would remember there was a period in agriculture where nobody spoke about technology. And the means of communication have already evolved as well. There was a time when you communicated through a BlackBerry phone, sharing your BlackBerry pin with somebody. After that came WhatsApp and removed all of that. You're now in a very seamless way being able to communicate. And what I am doing now with fruit and crop production is I have already engaged experts who have been here for AgriFest and who will come back here to see us introduce freight container farming in this country, where you, the farmers, will be trained. They have already been shipped from China. They're going to land here in June. We're going to start the process, and you too will have an opportunity to participate in freight farming, which is a controlled environment. We have had challenges with water. This government had to spend millions of dollars at river to create a dam for the farmers who downstream weren't able to benefit. And we went up there and we fixed that problem. And whilst I admit that we still have other problems up there to fix, and I can assure you they're going to be fixed, because nobody is going to be allowed to block that stream and get away with it. And I also went down to Lears and give you a reservoir down there as well for the farmers at Lears. We are now working with CIMH to make sure that we can increase the water production by shifting where we are putting the wells to give Mount Poyer and Spring Hall increased water as well. This is a government that is working. Tell me where in Barbados you have ever heard of a ministry or a government that has done so much directly for the farmers, spending millions of dollars to their benefit. And in this climate crisis, we cannot pretend that it's business as usual. Farmers must be supported by our government. And this minister will continue to support them. Therefore, when those farms arrive, you can line up. Because at my ministry and at the BADMC, you will receive training. We've also committed to the University of the West Indies to make them available to them so that they can also train people. And if you look around Barbados and go to your schools, you will see we are already setting up greenhouses at those schools where we will introduce the growing systems and get school children connected to contemporary agriculture rather than a fork, a fork and a hoe. This is what we are doing. Go to the BWU Labour College, and we have one set up there which we are also going to help them to commission and grow with. Go to Lord School, go to Princess Margaret School. This is the work of an administration that is not only looking at how we can build agriculture with who is currently in the space, but we have to expand that space by giving children the excitement to come along with us. We have had issues with crop diseases. In this climate crisis, you will get issues with crop diseases. You will get issues. And therefore, we have committed to spend well over 23 million Barbados dollars and created phase 1 of a tissueculture lab at the Home Agriculture Station in Curtains in St. Philip, so that farmers can get clean planting material for any variety of crops that we are producing here in Barbados. And we have made a commitment that if necessary, we can also share with our CARICOM brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, I serve on the ministerial task force in CARICOM. Every single territory in this CARICOM space struggling with climate and agriculture. And I'm telling you, none of them have reached target. They have been badly affected by the last hurricane. We are all in a struggle together. We are working together. But I give you my calm assurance that as we move along, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make sure that Barbados is food secure with you, the farmers, you, the people in Barbados, and a government that cares for you. I thank you for the last 7 years. St. Philip South, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve this country. And I thank the Prime Minister for reposing her trust and confidence in me. Good night. May God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. And I know, one of the most hardworking ministers of agriculture that we have had. And he's done an excellent job with his team over the past 7 years. I'm going to bring another member of this awesome team to you tonight. One who has done well. He puts people over politics. You remember that slogan? People over politics. He's doing an excellent job looking after the people of Barbados in terms of those who are in need of assistance in the One Family program. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you my good friend, Kirk Humphrey.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night to the good people of St. James North. It gives me tremendous pleasure to say good night to my colleague, Member of Parliament, Chad Blackman. Please give Chad an amazing big round of applause. He's back there. Let him hear it. Good night to the people of Barbados. Good night to the people of St. Michael South. And good night to all you wonderful people who came here tonight to share with us. You know, almost 7 years to the day, we had the opportunity to present ourselves to you in Weymouth. I don't know if you remember, but then at that time, some of us were new. And I said to you on that night to trust the then opposition leader, Mia Motley, because you knew her. And even though you did not know me or you did not know Amarsha Cattle, to walk in faith even if you could not walk by sight. To trust that the persons that Miss Motley would bring to you would be of quality and of character. Enough at that time to rescue a country, because we may have forgotten the state that Barbados was in when we came to office. I asked you on that night to remember that in this country, before the Democratic Labour Party ruined it, that ordinary boys and girls could aspire to lead this country, to sit in Parliament, to become the best in the world, because that is what Barbados gave us. And that many of us may have forgotten, but the Democratic Labour Party brought this country to its knees 7 years ago. When we stood there, I said to you that you may not know me, but I was the son of a conductress. And my father was a bus driver. And that Barbados, because of free education, allowed me to stand there, and the Democratic Labour Party took it away from the poor people of this country who would not have had the opportunity. And I said to you on that night that with Mia Motley we would do it, and they said we could not do it. And thanks to Mia Motley, and thanks to this Barbados Labour Party, the children of poor people can get a university education for free in this country, because that is who we are. On that night, I want you to remember, because 7 years is not that long. And this Labour Party has done a lot to rescue Barbados, but there was a time when nobody would take Barbados' money. And that we were the third most indebted country in the world. Barbados could not buy a mint. And if COVID had come under the Democratic Labour Party, do you think we would be here today? Do you think we would be standing here today? And we allowed the Democratic Labour Party to come in the last 7 years to question this Labour Party and the things that we have done. It is almost miraculous what we were able to do. And I say sometimes that perhaps under Mia Motley we made it look too easy. You may have forgotten at the time that there were no roads being fixed. And they're complaining now that Santia is fixing too many roads. You may not remember that they were not repairing the schools, and when Kay came in, the first thing we did was to fix a whole set of schools. This Democratic Labour Party is a hypocritical administration. I said to you last night, a couple nights ago, that it is a lie in motion. And if you did not believe it, did you see the little conversation I had with Warren Richard Seeley? I reminded Richard that in this election, when everybody on our platform was bringing ideas and bringing policies and bringing programs, he chose to grunt like a pig and bark like a dog. And that he, with his usual hubris on the night, criticizing Chad Blackman, what is wrong with people saying that a man is big? What was big was the margin between Chad and Felicia. It was big, big, big. Let them dwell on that. Let them dwell on that. This Democratic Labour Party would want you to believe that somewhere along the line, this Labour Party cares nothing about the poor. That they somehow are the only party in this country that care about the poor, and all they do is bring up the name of Errol Barrow. Now, if Errol Barrow was to see Ralph Thorne leading his Democratic Labour Party on the beach on the sea where his ashes are now floating, he would come together and say, I do not see you, skin, skin, skin. I do not recognize you. This is not the Democratic Labour Party that was built by me. But they would want you to believe that somehow along the line we've lost the social program. And I want tonight to remind you of some of the things that we did. When we came to office, the first thing the Prime Minister said was that we have to go on a long journey, but allow me to give the people some breakfast. To the IMF. She said it to the IMF, brave every single time she spoke. And we gave the people of this country, the public servants, a raise. And the persons who were on welfare got a 40% increase. And on top of that, we then increased all the support to all the organizations that help the poor. This administration. And we said, because they had a Ministry of Family, in case you forgot, They had a ministry of family that was supposed to do things for families and did nothing. In fact, they got rid of it. We said that we have to work on families. We created a One Family program. That program, you would have heard Marsha tonight, that program caters to 1,000 most vulnerable families, about 4,000, 5,000 persons. And those persons get the best of government welfare. They get access to housing, to health care, to education, to counseling, every possible thing, because this government cares about the poor. We don't just talk it, but we walk it. We also said, because there are many things, I don't have a lot of time, but there are many things that we've done. We decided that we had to bring the social services closer to the people, and that every social worker had to become a first responder, because when you meet somebody, don't tell them that, oh, I can't deal with you because I work at Child Care Board. When an older person is in front of you, don't tell them I can't help you because I work at Disabilities Unit. When a child is in front of you, we said that we have to bring these agencies together, and when they intervene, they have to intervene in totality, because people are complete packages, and that you cannot continue to fragment the interventions. We created a social empowerment agency that will improve the lives of ordinary people. We haven't one. There's going to be a center a few meters down the road. And Peter, you're happy to hear we're doing the one in Bentham very soon will be open. And all over Barbados. And when you walk into that agency, I want you to hear me. When you walk into that agency, because I feel that poor people have to live with dignity in this country. I know what it is to have a social worker say to my mother, but you got a VCR though, you can't want help. I know what it is to hear a social worker tell somebody, but you got nails and long hair. You can't want help. As if poor people are not to have dignity. And so we've been working with our social workers, and I believe that what we've done and the crop that we have now, you will see a significant improvement in the way we treat people. But the Social Empowerment Agency allows you to walk into that building, and nobody knows why you were there. They don't know if you come for welfare support, child support. All they know is that you're at an agency, and that you go in with a problem, and you come out with that problem solved, because that is what we do. We then said that in this country there is no support, not enough support for the elderly. We brought legislation, it's going to be laid in Parliament very soon, that allows us to protect older people. I will give you one example of what is happening to older people in this country. Just before the hurricane, we were told of a person who had left the house to go elsewhere to be safe, but her mother or grandmother was in a wheelchair, and she locked the wheelchair, pushed the mother to the door, left the house, and left that older woman in the house. The current legislation doesn't allow us to intervene the way we would like to intervene. This new bill, when it is passed, and it has to pass, I do not doubt that the Democratic Labour Party will protest against it, because they protest against child protection. I have no doubt they will protest against elderly protection too. But we will do what we have to do for the vulnerable in this country, because that is why you elected us. That is why St. James North elected Chad. That is why Mia Motley lead this country. And that is why Barbados continues now to shine as a beacon of hope all over the world. I also want to tell you about what we've done for children. The other night I spoke, I did not get into it. But that child protection bill offers the most transformation that could be offered for children. The legislation that guided this country for children in some cases was over 100 years old. Some 120 years. Where were you 120 years ago? I will hazard a guess you weren't here. But the legislation that is supposed to guide the protection of children, 120 years old. To guide what children? And Felicia Dujon decided to march up and down against the bill. Up and down against the bill. But that bill says that if a child has been hurt, and you know the child has been hurt, and you're in a position where you should be able to offer help to that child, you have to report it. It is called mandatory reporting. So that people who know a child has been hurt can't keep it to themselves no more. And Felicia Dujon also said that what concerned her in the bill is that we were asking the Child Care Board then, now the Social Empowerment Agency, to take children to the doctor when they come into care. She wanted it out, or she wanted to know every single reason why a child will have to go to a hospital. Have you ever seen a child that has been abused? I would not want to say that the lady is an idiot, but she's certainly bordering very close on being tremendously unwise on the things that she should know about. She wants to know why it is that a child would have to get surgery. Have you ever seen a child that has been abused? In my constituency, Victor would tell you of a 4-year-old girl who carries a scar from the bottom of her, where her body begins, way past her navel, up into her chest, because her father saw her as a sex object. Were we not supposed to protect that child? And if we have to wait in those cases, what are we to do? But they made it about sex changes, because they would rather get into politics and into power than into care and into consideration and into concern for Barbadians. And I could go on and I could go on and I could go on. But I say to you tonight that under Miss Mia Mottley as Prime Minister, this country has done extremely well. And I say to you tonight that normally, 7 in biblical terms is the time of completion. 7 is the time of completion in biblical terms. And we might have completed the critical agenda. We may have completed, in some cases, the survival agenda, but the transformation agenda now begins. And so while that is the period of completion, we are not yet done. And I say to the people of Barbados, when we come back to you, whenever that time is, give us more time to do what you have put us here to do. You've seen us building facilities for the elderly. You've seen us building facilities for children. You've seen us building facilities for persons with disabilities. You've seen us building houses all over this country because we care about Barbados. And I end on this note. We are all threads in the fabric of humanity, intricately woven to form the finest tapestry that is life. And if we try to divide ourselves for political purposes, we get nowhere. Nowhere. And so tonight I say my slogan is people over politics. What drives Mia Mottley? And I say there are 2 questions I hear Mia asking all the time. Are you prepared to work hard for it? Who will benefit from it? In other words, are you prepared to work hard on behalf of the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized? That question, when asked of the Democratic Labour Party, the answer has to be no. When that question is asked of the Barbados Labour Party, are you prepared to work hard for the people who need you the most? The answer has to be yes. And I'm not asking you tonight to see me and to trust me only in faith. You've seen our work, so now you can walk in sight, and not only by faith. And we walk through St. James North, all the way back to town, all the way over the country, and we say to the people of Barbados, stay the course, stay with your Labour Party. Barbados, upward and onward all the time. God bless and good night.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
Thank you. I'm sure we could listen some more to Kirk. But the show must go on. We have a lot more to share because we want to ensure that you can represent accurately the record of this government over the past 7 years. I want to bring to you at this point in time one who was not from the beginning, but I know in Scripture, if you come at 12 o'clock, you're entitled to the pay the same as anybody that come from 8 o'clock. And I know she ain't come at 12 o'clock. And even if she did, she's made up and is making up for that time that she wasn't there doing the excellent job that she's been doing for the people and the workers of Barbados. I want to bring to you from the constituency of St. George North, Tony Moore.
Tell me what you want. B-O-B. Tell me what you want. B-O-B. 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 New government. Sit down with them. We want BLP.
Good night, St. James North. My people in St. George North laughed at me and said at the end of my last speech I was hailing St. George North. Good night, St. George North too, and good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Happy 2018 victory anniversary to you. Now, I was reflecting on what I would want to speak about tonight. And I can't help, and I hope you can indulge me, I can't help but think I should go back in time. Because for us to appreciate where we are as a people, it is always important for us to step back and reflect from whence we came. And so I would want to take us back to our roots. And our roots meaning the roots of the Barbados Workers Union and the Barbados Labour Party. Because indeed it was in 1938, amidst workers' cries for justice, for equal rights, for fair treatment, that the Barbados Progressive League was born. And 3 years later, the founding fathers, the General Secretary and the President of the day determined that it was important to separate the political arm of the union and the economic arm, and so they formed the Barbados Workers Union in 1941. And these two institutions enjoyed a fairly good, seamless relationship, intertwined relationship for the early part. And I want to make you aware, those of you who are not, that it was in 1956, 15 years after the Barbados Workers Union was formed, that there was a split in the family. How many families don't got issues from time to time? All of us from time to time will have issues, but it is how we treat to issues when we have them. But in 1956, there was a split between the Union and the Barbados Labour Party, as it had then become known, from the Progressive League. And it led to the formation of the Democratic Labour Party. The Right Excellent, Errol Barrow, and a number of others, the then General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union included, the Right Excellent Sir Frank, they left the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party and branched out on their own to form the Democratic Labour Party. And I'm going there because it is not always when you step back or step aside from where you began that the end is necessarily one that does not justify why you had to step aside. The Democratic Labour Party didn't win the next election, the election they contested in 1956. But the Democratic Labour Party was the party that took this country into independence. And I'm going there for a reason, because that was the first time, 1956, issues, they stepped aside, they formed the party, and then that party led this country into independence. And I want to fast forward to 1994. In 1994, this country faced a decision. The Parliament of Barbados faced a decision where a no-confidence motion was put forward by the late Owen Seymour Arthur against the then Prime Minister of the day, Erskine Sandiford. And the outcome of that motion is less important. What is important, it is that it was the Barbados Workers Union representatives of the day taking a stand and going against the then Prime Minister of the day, even although, as I said, the Barbados Workers Union leaders were part and parcel of the Democratic Labour Party. They were part of the founding of the Democratic Labour Party. But they understood that if you are going to stand for working people in this country, that party does not come first. Working people and their families come first. And it is important for me to establish that point, because when in 2020, the Barbados Workers Union said yes to realign formally to the Barbados Labour Party, this was not a decision taken against the Democratic Labour Party for the Barbados Labour Party, as some would want to suggest, so that loyals or faithful of the Democratic Labour Party started to become disenchanted with the BWU now because, oh, they're gone over the other side. What I'm trying to show you is that the Barbados Workers' Union has always aligned with the party that it believes would lead workers in this country into fulfilling its mission, which is an improved well-being for all citizens in this country. And it's important for me to start there because I now want to go back 2 years because I went to 2020. I want to go back to 2018. What led to 2018? The last 6 years, we could well say, of the last Democratic Labour Party administration was one that led to frustration countrywide. Whether you were a worker or whether you were an employer or if you were even a student, the feeling back then was one of no hope. It was one where we saw a government preside over downgrade after downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. And if I keep saying so, I will lose up all my time on stage. It was a time where we saw a government preside over increased taxes. The same Democratic Labour Party, well, not the same Democratic Labour Party, but an iteration of the Democratic Labour Party that will today want to suggest to you that this Barbados Labour Party is increasing tax after tax after tax. And I just want to say one thing about that in passing. How many of you are able to pay your bills unless you have an income coming in? Revenue of some sort. And taxes are the way you generate a lot of revenue to do what you need to do. But what we had back then, to contrast to now, is that the taxes kept going up. Tax allowances kept being removed. But nothing was being done to improve the lot of working people and their family in this country. And that is the difference that I would want you to have them establish when they come to you with this notion of taxes. Taxes, yes, but we can see where our taxes are going. Our taxes are going in roads. Our taxes are going in buses. Our taxes are going in the education system. Our taxes are being used for the upliftment of people in this country. And it's important for us to establish that difference. But I'm back to the last 6 years leading into 2018, where we saw the declining infrastructure, declining household incomes, students with shattered dreams, a loss of hope. And then on May 24th, the people of Barbados went to the polls and in historical and very resounding fashion said yes to the Barbados Labour Party and no to the treatment that it had endured. That it had endured for much of the period between 2008 and 2018. But guess what? That did not resonate with the last administration. Instead of taking a step back, instead of a moment for introspection, they blame everybody under the sun for what happened in 2018. They blame the Barbados Workers' Union, the same Barbados Workers' Union that back in 2013, their campaign manager, a former Barbados Workers' Union employee, their campaign manager thanked the union for leading to the victory, for being instrumental in the victory that the Democratic Labour Party had back in 2013. Yet, in 2018, although 30-0 was the result, they were blaming the Barbados Workers' Union. And I'm fast-tracking to 3 days ago because you had the defeat in 2018. Back in 2022, 30-0 again. Before 2022, 2020, November, a defeat again. 3 days ago, another defeat. And what are we hearing this party say? We are hearing this party say that there is a loss of democracy. My Lord, democracy for them and them could only mean that in order for democracy to be considered by them to exist, you must vote for them on the basis of Kadir. On the basis of Kadir, you can't give the Barbados Labour Party all. Well, that's all I could imagine it means. But democracy is what you, the people of Barbados, and most recently the people of St. James North exercise in saying no to people that we have no confidence in for them to manage our own affairs. Because if you can't manage yours, you can't manage mine. And if you can't manage yours, you can't manage ours. And that is the state we are in, where we are finding a party that had its underpinnings in the Barbados Workers Union, a labor organization, not being able to connect with the reality that it has so failed the people and so departed from where it was that it must now get itself on track for people to have confidence in it to move forward. So I am past that turning point now, ladies and gentlemen. And the Barbados Labour Party, in stark contrast, came into power in 2018, and particularly since the Barbados Workers Union realigned back in 2020, what have we seen? We have seen now where one of the missions, mission number 5, is on worker empowerment. We have seen increases in public sector salaries. And there's more to be done. So public servants in this crowd, don't think that we're relaxing because there's more that the government must do. We've seen the introduction of a minimum wage. We've seen increases in labor contracts clauses being put into legislation. We're seeing expanded support for fisheries. And most recently in the budget, fast tracking, we even saw a $300 solidarity allowance that they're poupoing. But you know how many families are grateful for that allowance? And Chad, you know that your opponent is also happy for that allowance? Because she lost her deposit, and because of that $300 allowance, she still has $50 to buy a few things. And so they should be grateful because it is making meaningful difference in people's lives. And as we move upward and onward, Barbados Labour Party family, and as we move upward and onward, Barbados family, we are not here urging you to step back in the way you expect us to deliver for you. To whom much is given, much is required. And in your expectations, it tells us that you see in us the capacity to deliver for you. And we want you to be able to keep our feet to the fire. Because as we move upward and onward as a country, we are determined that we are not looking back. We are not looking back to see who is trying to get their act together while they're trying to get their act together, which we hope they will. Because that is not in the interest of a democracy, but it is in the interest of giving people choice, meaningful choice, and confidence that whether you sit in the party in power or the opposition, however you go, that you can deliver for this country. So as we move upward and onward, I urge us to look forward. I urge us to look forward to more from the Barbados Labour Party. I urge us as working people and their families to look forward to more from us because we understand the true meaning of solidarity. And for those who think that because there are 30 people on the inside, well, now 29, but God knows if it will be 30 again. For those of you, for you who feel that because you sit on the inside where you can influence the seat of power, that unless you stand out there and keep noises, that you are not defending the interests of working people, I want to challenge you tonight. Because there's a certain sector of people that believe that if you are opposed to things that the government is not doing right, that you must go out there with a blowhorn and you must air your dirty linen in public. But what the Barbados Workers Union having a seat in power or in influence has made, that we are able to break through the issues without having to jump out there and cause confusion and so on. And that is what you want. I heard somebody commenting a few days ago that you need people of intellect and backs of spine that will stand up to the government even if you are a part of the government. You don't have to go there and air that. There's a cabinet for that. There's a parliamentary group where those things have place, and you have been seeing the benefits of it. So as we move upward and onward as a country, I urge you to keep focused. Don't be distracted by those noises around you that will seem to tell you that what we did not do between 2008 and 2018, we can do now, even as we are a party that is a shell of itself that Earl Barrow or Frank Walcott would not recognize or approve of if they had to come back today. So Barbados Labour Party family, BW family, people of Barbados, stay focused as we move upward and onward with the party that is Labour by name, Labour by nature, the Barbados Labour Party. Thank you and God bless.
Well done, Tony Moore. Working for Labour, protecting workers and safeguarding their future. But we don't stop there as a party. That partnership between the union and the Barbados Labour Party is about putting workers first. So it gives me great pleasure now to invite our Minister of Labour, who is also the neighbour of Chad Blackman, the MP for St. James North. He is neighbour to him in St. Peter. Please put your hands together and welcome Colin Jordan.
Good night, Barbados. Good night to St. James North. It is really great to be here this evening to celebrate a big win in St. James North and to celebrate and to reflect on 7 years of service by the Barbados Labour Party to the people of this country. Over the past 7 years, you have seen the world of work in this country transformed. You heard Tony Moore just speak about the minimum wage. For the first time in Barbados' history, a national minimum wage for the people, for the workers of this country. For the first time, legislation that holds companies, businesses that receive concessions from government, holds them accountable, says to them, if the taxpayers of this country are allowing you concessions, then you must treat your workers in a particular way. You must not go below a particular standard. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that when we were bringing progressive legislation to this country to protect the workers of this country, the Democratic Labour Party, that little pressure group walking about confusing the place, was the only organization that was opposing that legislation. The Democratic Labour Party pressure group does not respect work or workers in this country. They may say so, but the Bible says, by their fruit you shall know them. And even though we say sometimes talk is cheap, even their talk tells you that they do not respect workers and they have no interest in protecting the workers of this country. But the Barbados Labour Party did not stop there. The Barbados Labour Party, even as we protected workers in the country, we recognize that internationally we needed to shape the conversation,
Now, I have to go back a little bit to tell you that back in the day, Barbados was on the map internationally, but it was on the map in the days of Grantley Adams in terms of government. But while the Dems were in office, Barbados was missing internationally. And I say to you, and Tony Moore can vouch for this, because one day I was in a meeting in Geneva. I was in a different meeting to the one Tony Moore was in. And I feel this person come behind me and poke me and tell me she had to come into the meeting because all of her worker colleagues who were in the meeting said to her, sending her messages, saying Barbados talking. And when I asked her what she mean by Barbados talking, she said to me that the government before was missing in action. The people in the International Labour Organization only knew that Barbados had a government because they had a list that said, and it had a couple of people on it, and it said government. That is the contrast between the Dems and this progressive Barbados Labour Party, which supports workers, which protects workers, which has the interests of the working people in this country at heart. At the international level now, when Barbados speaks, the international community listens. When Barbados voices its opinions at the level of the governing body, because we are the only small state, small island state on the governing body. When we speak, everybody listens. Barbados is now looked at as a leader because we have been able to balance decency and principle and progress. That is the Barbados that the confidence of the people of this country has engendered through the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party. This is our accountability to you. You have reposed confidence in us twice in general elections, and we have committed to doing good by the people of this country. We have committed to doing good by the workers of this country. And I have to say to you this. Now you say 30 more coming. The Barbados Labour Party's leader, because we have a leader. We have a leader. There are pressure groups around that not sure if they have leaders, who the leaders are. But the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the Prime Minister of this country, often reminds those who may want to forget that she is the leader of a Labour Party. Of a Labour Party. Of a party that was born out of the struggle of workers in this country. We remain faithful to our principles. And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that as a person of faith, I have to say to you that we believe in justice. We believe, and Martin Luther King said it well, and he quoted from Amos, justice must flow like a river, and righteousness like a flowing stream. We believe in justice for people, and that is why when we came into office, after 8 years of no increase for public officers, we said the people must have an increase. That is how we relate to the workers of this country. The Democratic Labour Party talks about being interested in workers, talks about being interested in poor people. But I think we have become accustomed to realizing that all that the Democratic Labour Party is interested in is keeping poor people poor. Our responsibility as a political party is to lift people, to protect the workers of this country, to make sure that our workers can be protected so that they can be productive. You have productive workers when workers are protected. That is the legacy of the Barbados Labour Party in this country. We believe strongly in fairness, in inclusion. And that is not by words. We have put into law the Prevention of Discrimination Act. Workers in Barbados today are protected against discrimination of any form in this country. And that is because we believe that everybody must have an opportunity to work, to earn, to buy food for themselves, to support their families, to support those who depend on them. This is the Barbados Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen. And I have to tell you this. I have not said it in public before. The draft of the Prevention of Discrimination Bill was developed by the Democratic Labour Party. I've never said this in public before, but I'm saying it tonight on the 7th anniversary of our election to service. They developed a draft, but so careless is their approach to the people, the working people of this country, that they put it in 513. They put it down, had no interest in protecting the people of this country, the workers of this country, the despicable, dangerous Dems, that little pressure group running about now confusing the country. This Barbados Labour Party is moving forward in its protection. You have heard about the paternity leave, and that will become a reality quite soon. You have heard about the increase in the national minimum wage. That will become a reality quite soon. You have heard about the extension of maternity leave. That will become a reality quite soon. You have also heard that we will have protection to allow women who have newborn children to be able to express their milk in the workplace so that they are able to provide nutrition to their children. That is the Barbados Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen, a party that is interested in people, a party that puts people at the center of development, not a party that sends home 5,000 people, not a party that says if they had won in 2018, that they were going to send home 5,000 more. This Barbados Labour Party is a party of the people, a party by the people, and a party for the working people of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, this Barbados Labour Party has done good by the workers of this country during its 7 years in office. This Barbados Labour Party has demonstrated what it means to be a Labour Party. This Barbados Labour Party has shown to the country and to the world how you keep workers at the center of development. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend this great party. I commend this Barbados Labour Party to you this evening. A party of the workers, a party that will lift you, a party that will lift all of us higher. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. God bless the Barbados Labour Party.
Peace out.
man to you, our next speaker, Ryan Strong.
Cause we need a change. People want new government. Tell me what's the name? BLP. Everybody come follow me. We want BLP. BLP. This is the right thing for me. What do we need?
BLP. Good night, Barbados Labour Party. Good night, St. James North. Good night, Barbados. I am here this evening not to give you a lot of long talk. Not a lot of long talk. A few words. A few words. 7 years ago, I asked all of Barbados to put me and the Barbados Labour Party to work on your behalf. And the response was overwhelming. And we showed Barbados that we could rise from the proverbial ashes to respectability, to bring economic progress to this country again. And I really want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for affording me the opportunity to serve in the Ministry of Finance these 7 years. And it's not been easy. By any stretch of the imagination, it has not been easy. But we never gave up on you. When we were in the deep, dark days of COVID, when the ash fell, when the hurricanes passed, this Barbados Labour Party always had the back of Barbadians. And we shall continue to do so as we mark not just 7 years today, but as our theme for this evening, Upward and Onward, which is part of the national ethos, our national anthem, that we will continue to work on behalf of you and your family. But I want this evening very quickly to say to Barbadians that in these 7 years, we have shown you what a strong team looks like and how you transition a team. And I want this evening to remind you that when we started at the very beginning, we had George Payne, we had Ronald Toppin, we had Jeffrey Bostic, we had Glenn Clark, and we had John King when we started this journey 7 years ago. And in between, we had a by-election in St. George North, where our colleague Tony Moore joined us in the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of the fight. And after the election, we had Rommel Springer, Davison Ismail, Corey Lane joined us. And Kay McConney joined us as well. And now we have had, in this constituency of St. James North, and I want to thank Eddie for his service to this constituency. And now we have Chad Blackman as the duly elected member for St. James North coming to join the team. Now, why do I raise this, ladies and gentlemen, comrades? Why do I raise this? Whenever you have a contest, you always want to present your best. Present your best. This Barbados Labour Party shows up time and time and time again. I want all of the people of Barbados to ask themselves honestly, is that the best that the Democratic Labour Party could present to you? And if the answer is yes, then I say to the Prime Minister and to my colleagues, let us ensure that whenever the Prime Minister calls that proverbial bell, that we show Barbadians why the Barbados Labour Party is the party of choice in this country, to be able to continue to work on your behalf, on behalf of your children and grandchildren, because this is serious business. serious business, ladies and gentlemen. We've had our challenges. We've had our challenges. We've made progress on a number of fronts. And as I was going through our manifesto from 2018 and 2022, it dawned on me really and truly that, we have pretty much done everything except for one or two matters that we said that we would do. But circumstances, as they arose, meant that you could not do everything as envisaged at the beginning. But I know that all of you here today in St. James North and across the length and breadth of Barbados can attest that the Barbados Labour Party has turned the fortunes of this country from disaster to opportunity. We are seeing new levels of investment in this country. We are seeing jobs being created in this country. We are seeing incomes rising in this country, which is what a responsible government should do, such that it meets every income threshold in this country. And therefore, when you heard Kirk speak about the social empowerment, the social resilience that we're trying to create in this country, it will require all of us to recognize that where we can support, we should support, such that the government can focus on the strategic things that will continue to lift people out of poverty. I can say to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Labour Party is a deterrent to the development of this country. Every time the people of this country give them an opportunity to run the affairs of this country, they leave it worse than they found it. The Barbados Labour Party's record consecutively has been strong. But we cannot rest on the record alone. We must continue to engage our people. Because as much as we are doing what we have to do economically, we must now ensure that the opportunities, as you've heard from this platform articulated tonight, that they reach each and every citizen and that they can engage productively with those opportunities. From agriculture to tourism, there's a whole set of Airbnb investment going on in this country. There's a whole set of investment in individuals getting mortgages in this country. Again, and we are going to continue to build that effort such that Bajans can own not just a piece of the rock, but to earn and utilize that as an asset that they can pass from one generation to another. Because that is how you will show how families can grow from strength to strength, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we've done a lot of things, and time will not permit me tonight to talk about all the things that the government has done, but I just want to share a couple of things very quickly. As it comes to cost of living, as you know, this government has been from the very beginning focused on how do we ensure that those who are most vulnerable, that they do not fall through the cracks as the Democratic Labour Party had them do. So whilst we work with the private sector to address a number of issues related to cost of living, we've supported the subsidization with respect to electricity bills for every household in this country. But more importantly, we introduced for the very first time last year, for those persons with disabilities, the non-contributed grant. Because we recognize that those persons are, in truth, the most vulnerable people in this country. And as families were grappling with normal cost of living, imagine what was faced by those families with persons with disabilities what they were facing. And therefore, we have crafted our policy to make sure that we look and focus on those who are most vulnerable. And therefore, the policies of the Barbados Labour Party have been inclusive from the ground up. And we shall continue, ladies and gentlemen, to invest in building capacity that allows families to be able to earn more and more, to allow people to leverage their assets, such that participating in this recovery, in this economy, that each and every one of you will see those benefits come to your household. But let me end on this. We did some corporate reform. Not to get into details. And we received some additional revenue. And we determined that in spite of all of the challenges that we have faced, and you heard the Prime Minister from the very first budget in June of 2018, the Prime Minister asked this country that if you share the burden of what we were going to do to re-engineer this economy, that there will come a time when we will share the bounty. And we received almost $1 billion in corporate tax revenue last financial year. And we determined that we were going to ensure that every Bajan over the age of 18 years old were able to benefit through the solidarity allowance of $300. Ask the Democratic Labour Party what they ever did to give every Bajan a benefit in this country directly, especially given the challenges that we face over the last 7 years. Ask them. The National Insurance Scheme has been administering this on your behalf. And if there are any Bajans out there tonight who have not yet received their solidarity allowance, you still have until June 30th to present yourself to the National Insurance Scheme with your ID card, to register. If you have a bank account, you provide the bank account. If you don't have the bank account, they will send you the check. But this Barbados Labour Party will continue, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that as we build more resilience in this economy, as we return pride and industry to this country we love, Barbados, that your interests, your family's interest remains at the center of the public policy of this Barbados Labour Party government. And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that as we move forward, that you continue to repose your confidence in this party, led by the Honourable Prime Minister Mayor Amor Motley, that we will continue to attract new talent, to be able to bring people of substance, people that you can trust. And in this last by-election, the electorate of St. James North voted resoundingly to support a candidate who is serious, and constituency by constituency, if we need to do so, we will do so and bring people to you who you know that you can trust, people that you know will work on your behalf, and to ensure that this country's interests can be defended not just at home, but abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you, and I hope that we can continue to count on your support as we move forward. Upward and onward. God bless you, Barbados Labour Party. God bless you, Barbados. Thank you. God bless you. Good night.
I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family.
One of the hardest working ministers in the cabinet, who works hand in hand with the Prime Minister to help lift and build this country. This country owes a debt of gratitude to him and to her for being able to work with us to help us get to where we are today. And we have another hard worker, not only as the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, not only as the Minister of Transport and Works, but also the campaign manager who helped to put together this program that brought Chad Blackman into the Parliament of Barbados. Give it up for our DPM, the Honorable Santia Bradshaw.
Sit down with them, we want BLP. Let's rebuild this economy.
Good night. Good night, St. James North. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. And a special good night to the people of St. Michael's Southeast, because without you, I would not be here. I want to start tonight, as I have started every night for the last few weeks when we have spoken on a political platform in St. James North. I want to start by thanking the people of this constituency, because without you, we would not be here tonight, not only celebrating 7 years of serving the people of this country, but we would not be able to celebrate a victory for Chad Blackman becoming the elected representative for this constituency. The people of St. James North have heard tonight in Barbados all that the Barbados Labour Party has done over the course of the last 7 years. I don't come tonight to talk about our track record, because I think that the people of this constituency told the people of this country in their numbers how they felt about the Barbados Labour Party track record. They told the people of this country that while they know that we have not completed the task, we have not completed the role of where we want to be, they know that this Barbados Labour Party is one of the most hard-working administrations that this country has ever seen. We have worked harder, and I put my neck on the line, we have worked harder than any other previous administration in your name for the people of this country who sent us here not once but twice. We have worked because of the leadership that this great party has had over the years, and in particular in the last 7 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Motley. We do not take it for granted. We didn't come in this campaign and say to you that we were complacent. We said, let us put on the table all that we have done so that you can see our track record and you can judge us on the basis of what we have done, but you also can appreciate that we still have a road to travel. And the people of St. James North appreciated the road that we still have to travel. As I listened to you in this constituency, you told a tale of what I hear across all of Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party has done well. But to whom much is given, much is expected. And there is still much that we must deliver and complete in terms of what we have started. Whether it be education transformation, whether it be in the area of healthcare, whether it be in the construction of our roads, whether it be in drainage infrastructure. The reality is that while the other side has told you all the things that we still have to do, they have not yet once laid out a plan of action for what if they were the administration that they would come to the people of this country to do. They have spent their time on the political campaign over the last few weeks, and perhaps it has been a tester for what is to come whenever the Prime Minister calls the bell. We know what to expect. We know that the slurs against the characters of the people of this Barbados Labour Party will come. We know that the criticisms will come. We know that there will not be a laid out set of policies by the Democratic Labour Party administration. But tonight, we move upward and onward, focused on the objectives and the mission of this Barbados Labour Party. And when we say upward, we're not talking tonight from this platform of just willy-nilly policies. We are talking about making sure that the policies that we implement in this country are policies that impact across all communities. We expect that our policies will impact different classes of people. We expect that our policies will be felt by people across all strata of this society. That is what being upward in our focus is about. When we speak about onward, we know that we have done more roads than a Democratic Labour Party administration. We know that there are still roads to be done. But we have committed to the people of this country through a series of planning and a series of discussions with the people, prioritizing the type of works that have to now come in this country. What we did with the resources made available to us over the past few years is, instead of prioritizing certain areas, we've been able to give everybody a little piece of the pie, because we understand the horror that faced this country when people who lived in communities that did not vote for a Barbados Labour Party administration had to pretty much suck salt if they felt that a road in their community could get done. We understand that we do not have the luxury of picking and choosing which area we do, but instead of making sure that we plan effectively the business of this Barbados Labour Party, particularly as it relates to infrastructure. So we don't have time to count roads. You will never hear me counting roads. I've told you we did 70 or so roads last year on the Mill and Pave. We are working in the Scotland district, and we are starting to see the transformation of our rural communities that have been neglected for the last decade prior to us coming to office. Those are the facts, and the people of this country know it. Drive around the country, drive around the rural areas, drive around the urban areas, and nobody can tell me that they are not seeing roads getting done. What you may tell me is that you haven't seen your road getting done. But I want you to understand tonight that after 7 years of trying to build back this country and to create an infrastructure where people can get from point A to B on the main infrastructure network, we are now working to fill in the gaps to make sure that within your communities that we start to not only improve through the patching and stuff that has to still be done, but that we start to develop out roads within inner communities. And we're not just building a society that is just based on asphalt. We recognize that by Prime Minister speaking to the rest of the world about climate change, and that the impact that we see in our country whenever we see a hurricane coming towards Barbados, we recognize that we have to build roads that are resilient. We have to build roads that are going to last. And in so doing, we have turned to new technologies. The Democratic Labour Party doesn't even tell you about the new technologies that exist out there. But we've taken the risk in terms of being able to spend a little bit more to be able to allow people of this country to have roads that will last longer. Because we are not doing what we do for today, but we are building out a Barbados for tomorrow and future generations to come. So when you hear us talk about things like roller compacted concrete, it is because we understand that we must do for you, for tomorrow, for the next generation of children to come. When you hear us speak to you about building out areas where, for instance, people have had to use 2 pairs of shoes because the roads are in a condition where it makes it difficult for people to get out of their homes to go to work or to take their children to school, we have committed in this government to making sure that particularly in the rural communities that we do the cart road program, which will allow us to take milling material from off of the roads that we are working on presently and be able to use the asphalt on those roads to do what we call sand sealing. So that because we cannot get to every single road all at the same time, we have been creative in the type of mechanisms that we use in order to make sure that ordinary Barbadians are able to feel as though they have not been neglected. That is what your Barbados Labour Party has committed. And I have a Prime Minister that every day she pulled me aside just now and she reminded me that this cart road program, that when she went to St. John and she saw what was happening with the people in St. John, made the announcement about this program. And at this program, we are going to be working now that I have completed my task in St. James North and brought home Chad Blackman for the Barbados Labour Party. I will go back now to do the rest of the work that the people of this constituency and this country have sent me to do. And we will continue from next week to start to build out the cart roads. We will start to continue our milling and paving. We haven't stopped the milling and paving. I drive up from Warrens this evening and I drive on smooth road. Tell them carry the tail. Where roads are doing in this country. And so long as we continue to build out and we grow our economy, as we are doing, as we are performing, I know that Prime Minister Motley will make the resources available to us to continue to do the work that we have to do. But why are these roads important? There was a time when the work that was done in this country in terms of asphalt was concentrated in the hands of two main contractors. And we have come to office because y'all sent us here 7 years ago to level the playing field. And we haven't talked the talk, but we have walked the walk. We have said that we are going to create opportunities for small businesses to be able to enter the playing field, to be able to allow us to help to build out the roads. So you have seen under the recent Focus Roads program, where we've taken roads that require a little bit more infrastructure, you have seen the emergence of a number of small to medium-sized contractors coming into the fold to help you and I to build out the infrastructure of this country. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. And so long as I have breath, we're going to continue to engage the persons who are in small businesses and medium-sized businesses to be able to help us to build out the drainage infrastructure in this country. We have already started with all of the various sites from Trent to Ashdean Village to Pillersdorf to Dover and others to make sure that we put our money where our mouths are. We have said we are going to improve drainage infrastructure in this country. But we've also said it is not just about designing the infrastructure. We also need to ensure that we engage young men and women in business to be able to help us to do the trouble spot areas across the country that require the ongoing maintenance in this country to be done. And that is what we have been focusing on, creating the opportunities for ordinary Barbadians to be a part and to play a part in a piece of the pie. We've done it with the highway beautification program. We've made sure that we've created 15 businesses in the last year, ensuring that young men and women would not be discarded after the ASH program, but that they would have the opportunity to be able to continue to work in this country. And I want to say before I go, I am pleased that the young men and women of this constituency in particular stood up to be counted and trusted the Barbados Labour Party and certainly myself as I walk across the length and breadth of this constituency. No matter what the Democratic Labour Party came and said to them on the day of the election about how the Barbados Labour Party got a bag of money there for them, go and find them. The people of this community, the young people of this community stood tall. And I want to give you my full respect tonight for not selling yourselves for a few bits of silver. Because you understood that we spoke from our heart when we said to you that we still had a bit more to be done in this country, that the journey was not yet finished, and that we would take your names, we would make sure that we could find opportunities for you to be able to feed your families and to be able to take yourselves in a different direction. And I applaud you tonight, the young people of this community, for standing firm, standing tall, and sending a message to all other communities across this country that you are in this constituency of St. James North are not for sale. As I come off of this platform, because you know they say a few minutes to talk about 7 years. You've heard it all here tonight. But again, I will end as I started. I want to thank you. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for welcoming us, the Barbados Labour Party team, the entire Barbados Labour Party family, into your homes, into your hearts. I want to take this opportunity too to thank the Prime Minister for again reposing confidence in me to bring home Chad Blackman, to work with her. She has led this campaign. I have only helped to keep the campaign going and to hold the community of St. James North together. But without the leadership of Mayor Amor Motley and the entire planning team, we could not have done this without the support of all of you and certainly without her leadership. So tonight, my task is complete. I will remain forever committed to Chad because I know that he is a good man. He is a good man with a big heart. And we look forward now to being able to fulfill the expectations that the people of this constituency have given to him. I thank you. God bless and good night.
Thank you, Santia. Just a public service announcement here right now. The driver of T2876, T2876, please attend to your car. You are blocking someone. I have the distinct pleasure right now, ladies and gentlemen, before May 21st, on the last opportunity I had to introduce him, I introduced him as your candidate for St. James North. Tonight, it gives me great pleasure to introduce, having polled 2,723 votes in the by-election on May 21st, your Member of Parliament, St. James North, Chad Blackman.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole of the love for this country.
All right, Kurt.
Chad Blackman is ready. And with the whole of the knowledge. Mind and
Yeah.
so innovative for all the St. James of massive.
Come forward, everybody. Hey, come forward, everybody. Come forward, everybody. This is a time for us to celebrate. Come forward, all at the back. Come, all of you. Hey, 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 hey.
We going big with Chad Blackman.
We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. All of you at the back. Let me go. Let me go. Hey, hey. Big action. We going big with Chad Blackman.
Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big
Yeah.
with Chad Blackman.
All right. I want to change it up a little bit tonight. I want to play a little bit of Stalin. Come on, let me go. Cue it.
Tonight the black man feeling the party.
Hey. Tonight the black man feeling to jam, 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 jam. Tonight the black man feeling to boogie, woogie.
Come on, hold on to your man.
I let me go, I let me go, I let me go, I let me go. Ba-ba-da-ba-dam-ba-dam-ba-da-ba-dam-bam. Yep. Ba-ba-da-ba-dam-ba-dam-ba-da-ba-dam-bam. Hey! One more time!
Tonight the black man feeling the party.
Hey! Hey! Tonight the black man feeling to jam, 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 jam. Tonight the black man feeling to boogie, woogie.
Come on, hold on to your man.
I let me go, I let me go, I let me go, I let me go. Hey! Hey! Yeah. Here we go. Thank you, thank you. St. James North. St. James North. Good night to my people of St. James North. I am happy to speak to you tonight as your member of parliament for this great constituency. I want to thank all of you, community by community, household by household, individual by individual, church by church, block by block, every single one of you who have put me here and given me your confidence. I owe you. Because why? This marks the beginning of a journey that allows for us to build this great constituency, forging ahead so that we can now move to higher heights to the benefit
of the people of St. James North. And I start there being cognizant of the fact that you placed in me not just your confidence, but your overwhelming confidence, giving me 84% of the vote. But equally, as I've said throughout the campaign, to whom much is given, much is expected. And it is therefore on that basis that I ensure, and I say to you, I will continue to give over my all and my best to make sure that you get the due representation that you require and that you reserve. I take it not for granted. And this campaign showed that the people of St. James North not only have the confidence in Chad Blackman now as your member of parliament, but that you remain steadfastly behind the Barbados Labour Party and that you steadfastly stand behind the leadership, the unquestionable leadership of our leader, Mia Amor Motley. And I start on that basis because the journey ahead requires of us to now transition from promise to delivery. And I, as your MP, commit to you to do so. And notwithstanding, many of you have sent emails, have sent WhatsApps, calls. Tonight you said, Chad, you look like you need some rest. Yes, I need some rest. But with such an overwhelming mandate, I cannot sit down on my laurels. The rest will come. And it is why yesterday, Friday, I had my first constituency clinic at the office from 5, finishing around 11, meeting constituents and understanding the issues that they had. Because why? You expect me to now work on your behalf. Yes, I will rest, but the rest will not stop me from doing what I have to do for you. And I give you that commitment. We've already started now to put things in place to roll out the initiatives that we've talked about. And therefore, you're going to be receiving across the constituency, particularly those who are our elders, calls, videos to arrange for you to now record your ideas and experience for the great initiative that we would have spoken about. This is a time to forge ahead in tangible plans. And it's also why on the 31st of May, next weekend, we are going to have our first farmers market with the cooperative at the Gordon Greenwich School from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is time for action. This is no time for relaxation. Because as we go ahead, we must now build out the capacity of this constituency for our young people. I want to thank the first-time voters. First-time voters, I thank you. You've placed your confidence in me at the first opportunity that you had to vote. And I take it not for granted. Because when you give someone your confidence, you have to deliver on their behalf. And I want you to also not just give me that confidence as you've already done, but to walk with me as we build out this new relationship in St. James North. When we look at where we go with respect to the future of St. James North and the future of the country, it also requires for us at the national level to look at a number of things in terms of transformation. The Prime Minister saw it fit, and I want to thank her for placing me once again into the cabinet of Barbados as the Minister of Educational Transformation. Why is it so important even now? The future of this country requires that this and future generations understand the rudiments of change and the global environment in which it's taking place, but equally, not just preparing them for the future, but also getting back to a lot of basic things that we have to now move forward on. Literacy, numeracy. How do we ensure that every single Barbadian can read and read well? How can we ensure that every single Barbadian understands not just mathematics, but how it is applied to day-to-day life? And the Ministry of Education will walk the length and breadth of this country through the transformation agenda in ensuring that we do the basics whilst pursuing the big-ticket global transformation items. It requires of us to walk hand in hand. But it also requires of us, and I commit tonight as the minister with responsibility for education, to say to all of you in the country, and in particular our unions, the issues that have been long-standing, many of which started before we were even an administration in 2018. But the thing about the Barbados Labour Party is that we face it and we fix it. And I give the commitment to the country that we will continue in dialogue, and to the unions, I ask you to continue with us in dialogue. Dialogue will allow for us to get through not just the difficult items, but to come out on the other side with tangible solutions for the benefit of our students, our teachers, and the entire educational institution. This is the Labour Party. This is a party that has been formed and grounded in the tenets of Labour, and we commit to work with all of our stakeholders to ensure that it is there for the benefit of all of our people. And when you look at where we need to go with respect to community engagement, a lot of you have reached out to me over the last 2 days in particular after the by-election was concluded. And I want to thank you for doing so, because you've now, as I said before, the campaign is over, but the movement continues. The movement of transformation, the movement of development, the movement of ensuring that every single person in this constituency has the ability to now ensure that St. James North can prosper in a way that has never been contemplated before. Will it always be easy? I say no. Will it always be a road that is smooth? Certainly not. But will it always be a situation where we can thrive through persistence? I say yes. Because why? When you dedicate your service to the people and you bring a team along with you who are focused and can lift your hands up, the task becomes a lot easier. As you hear our Prime Minister constantly saying to the country, many hands make light work. And I want to say to you, as your member of parliament, I commit to all of you to make sure that everything that is required to make this constituency a phenomenal constituency, I will do so and leave no stone unturned. And as we reflect, particularly now approaching the half-year mark of this year, it allows for us to start to prepare for a new era of representation, development through technology, agriculture. And you know, we've heard all the jokes in the campaign about jam puffs and the big man. But when you look at it, all the talk about jam puffs, I make a whole party turn over. So, the simple mantra is this: let us stay focused. Let us look ahead. Let us ensure that St. James North continues to be a constituency that we can all be proud of, inspiring the rest of this nation. And I commit to you that from now on, particularly now that the campaign is over, I will do my every best to make sure that you are represented, not just in Parliament, but are represented in everything that will be of great upliftment to you and our people. I want to thank all of my colleagues for the support that they've given. But ultimately, I want to thank the people of St. James North, not just for your overwhelming confidence and support and your votes, but I want to reiterate before I go, I am fully aware that you've given me an overwhelming mandate, and I do not take it for granted. And every day, I will get to work on your behalf so as to make you and your households and your communities proud, and let us build a strong community going hand in hand, working together to deliver on behalf of St. James North. Thank you very much. Good night, and God bless the constituency of St. James North. Thank you very much.
New government, we done with them, we want BLT.
That's the
Let's
Big
raise
Man
up this
Chad
economy.
Blackman.
More jobs and opportunity. Them ain't doing nothing for me.
The new representative of St. James North. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, we have a little housekeeping. Someone dropped a phone. Could you check to see if you have yours? If you've dropped your phone, please see me over here to my right of the stage and describe it for me, and it's all yours again. Now, we've had some great speakers all evening, and it's getting even better. I now want to bring on another powerhouse, Madam Liz Thompson, former Assistant Secretary General to the UN, Ambassador Plenipotentiary for Barbados, former representative for St. James South. Please put your hands together for Liz Thompson.
Razor, don't you watch my size, I'm dangerous. Say I'm dangerous. I'm like a walking razor, don't you watch my size, I'm dangerous. Dangerous. If you are a bully, treat me good. If you are a bully, I beg you treat me good.
Good evening to you. I've come tonight, again, as I did last Tuesday, to frame some political context around what we are seeing. This has been a historic election, an election coming on the brink of the anniversary of the 2018 election, which was itself historic. This election has brought the Barbados Labour Party to 62-0. And so I speak to you tonight as an elder of the Barbados Labour Party. The very first election in which I worked for the Barbados Labour Party was in the 1980s. The very first election for which I ran in the Barbados Labour Party, along with Prime Minister Motley, was in 1991. I have now seen several elections, several independent candidates, Eric Fly and St. Alban Haddock, Al Gilts, and others. I have seen the Democratic Labour Party at its best, with Errol Barrow leading it, and I am seeing the Democratic Labour Party at its worst. And we must be concerned, not just that this election will in future be called the Jam Puff election, but we must be concerned that the Democratic Labour Party is behaving like a dumpsy child. It is not looking at what has happened now over 4 elections, 2 generals and 2 byes. It is not listening to the message that the electorate is sending. And yet we hear that the voice of the people is the voice of God. But the Democratic Labour Party chooses to stop up its ears. They are not listening, and they are not learning from their experience. I was horrified that a Democratic Labour Party candidate who had just polled the lowest ever in the constituency in an election which they said was a referendum on the government, when asked, can you contextualize the defeat? Do you think you made any errors in your platform? The DLP candidate said none at all. And when she was asked, you've just lost big. If you had anything else to do, would you do it differently? She said nothing. Do you understand what the Democratic Labour Party is saying to us? It is saying to us that it doesn't matter what the public tells them. It doesn't matter what we say we want as an electorate. It doesn't matter how many times they lose. They intend to persist. Speaking about Errol Barrow died in June 1987. They want to persist talking about the soup kitchen of Edie Motley. He died in 1973. My niece is 40 years old. She stands between youth, middle age, and seniors. 2 children, married, and a mortgage. She knows nothing of Errol Barrow and really does not care about him except as a historic figure because he is not putting food on her table. She never even heard about Edie Motley except that the Prime Minister had a grandfather who used to be Mayor of Bridgetown. He cannot help her today. But the Democratic Labour Party ran a campaign where they were focused and tied to duppies. When living people were saying to them, we have concerns that we want you to address. And it is remarkable and shocking and frightening to me that a Democratic Labour Party candidate who just lost her deposit, a woman who night after night, she and her party poo-pooed, denigrated, dismissed the $300 solidarity allowance. You know she gonna need it now to help to pay, to hold back some of the deposit. She lost her deposit. The deposit is $250. She get $300 from me, or she still get out ahead. She still got a little $50. It is deeply troubling that in an election after this major defeat, when the public is clearly saying, "We'll and come again," that tomorrow the Democratic Labour Party will hold a rally with the featured speaker as Frundell Stewart. Frundell Stewart, we were winning the 2018 election, and then Frundell Stewart all by himself defeated the Democratic Labour Party, talking about the glorious years. So they suffer a defeat, and who do they roll out to have a conversation with the public, but the very leader that the public has rejected, dismissed, and turned their back on? Can they be serious as a political party? Nothing in their messaging, nothing in their platform, nothing in their candidates has any appeal to anybody who is living, anybody who has concerns, anybody who is Barbadian and wants well for their country. And it is a deeply troubling thing, deeply troubling, that the Democratic Labour Party is not connecting with what the public is telling them. To roll out Frundell is to give Jesus more trouble to raise him from the dead than he had raising Lazarus. It is a deeply disturbing thing that instead of trying to find messages that would resonate with those of us who are looking for serious leadership, messages that would carry the country forward or at least make them appear to be a serious political party. And there are some of those who may say that the Dems could never have won this election. That may be true. It was a BLP and is a BLP stronghold. However, the Democratic Labour Party could have run a serious candidate. They could have had, I don't have anything against the lady, but are you telling me that the only thing you could do is wait nearly 7 months to put a candidate in the field and then put one that you had to pull from overseas rather than one who is living and committed to Barbados? Then that's correct. How can they have speakers? Derek was his own disaster. He never appeared to connect with serious issues. He did not appear to be having any sober thoughts while he was on the platform. I don't know. I only heard that he was looking for public conveniences. It is a matter of deep distress that the Democratic Labour Party did not say, even if we are going to lose this election, how do we package ourselves? What platform do we give that we can come out of it looking like a serious party? That we can come out of it looking like a government in waiting? That we could come out of it looking like a party that has something to offer to the public? Instead, they chose to send out their candidate in a B-suit. They chose to have a platform that was not serious. And then they chose to send a young lady to CBC who clearly is a political neophyte. Well, you know, I had to soak she down and wash she off. Not because she's a neophyte, but because I said to her repeatedly, you all just lost. The talking points and the lines that you are coming with are the very ones that the constituency just rejected. Start with something fresh. And she raised this matter of the gas taxes. And I want to say to you that the tax on gas in Barbados was not raised by the government. The day after election, gas went up. But gas prices are set by a trigger mechanism. So gas prices are held down in Barbados. Once they reach a certain point internationally where they cannot be held anymore, the mechanism that is in place will trigger and the price will go up 2 cents, 3 cents, 6 cents, 5 cents. The government does not make the decision. The mechanism will hold the prices down until international gas prices reach such a high level that the mechanism for increasing the price is triggered, and then only at a minimal amount. But we cannot live as a small country which takes prices that are set internationally and feel that we will never have any price increases at all. It is not going to happen. And what we need, therefore, to be concerned about is this issue of an opposition. And we are being told that we should worry about the fact that there is no opposition. And I say to you, the opposition must worry about the fact that they are not a credible opposition. It is not for you to give them what they cannot fight for and give you for themselves. We have no duty to give them the country to run or to give them an opposition. What will happen when serious matters are going on and they are fighting in at George Street and they're calling the police for one another and locking out each other and shutting out people from going to the bathroom and treating old women who have served the Democratic Labour Party as if they are dogs? This is an extremely serious matter. They cannot serve themselves. They cannot put themselves to make themselves credible. They cannot bring issues that are relevant. They cannot field candidates that have credibility. They cannot bring a leader that has any caring for people or any understanding of the issues. And therefore, I'm seeing you, Peter. And therefore, it is important for us to understand that this Prime Minister, although she has had tremendous power in terms of the seat she has held, the number that she has held, brings Paris Speaks to listen to you all the time while the Dems don't listen. The Ideas Forum to get your ideas. The Parliamentary Reform Commission to reform our governance structures. The Constitutional Reform Commission to bring a new constitution. But the country has a constitution. Don't make any mistake about that. She has relinquished the appointment of the Governor General or the President and the judges and the Chief Justice. This is not a woman who is abusing power or using power to harm citizen or country. It is a person who is yielding her power for consolidation of power in the hands of the public. So I say to you tonight, democracy in Barbados is alive and well. And this is why we have titled this meeting Upward and Onward. Upward and onward we shall go, inspired, exalted, free, and greater, greater, greater will our nation go in strength and unity. Good night and God bless Barbados.
They want the LP, cause we need a change. People want new government. Tell me what's the name? B-O-P. Everybody come follow me. We want the LP. B-O-P. This is the right thing for me. What do we need?
Keeping it moving, keeping it moving. I'm sure you are here tonight as you've listened to all our other speakers to hear this man, the Member of Parliament for St. James Central, Kerry Simmons.
BLP. Tell me what you want. Chad Blackman. Good night, crowd of people. 7 years ago, you gave us a government with all of the seats. And we are here tonight to thank you. And we do that in the context of an election that we have just fought and won convincingly. And again, we thank you. Now, comrades and friends, it was a very serious election, and the election was called for by Ralph Thorne on the floor of the Parliament of Barbados in November, and again in December. And not satisfied, he called for it again during the estimates in March. And he perhaps gambled and thought that he could narrow a gap. He perhaps gambled and thought that he could get away with a 2-1 beating. I know he did not expect a 3-1. He did not believe a 4-1 could happen. He certainly did not contemplate 5-1. And good Lord, tonight he is still confused and befuddled because he get beat 6-1. And that type of victory tells you something very important about what the message is from this constituency. And I want you to be very serious and clear about this, my friends. There are at least 3 boxes where the Democratic Labour Party, the major political opposition party in Barbados, a bar party, man, could not get more than 12 votes in a box. Do you understand that the independent who got 1 or 2, can't remember, in Trents, was only beaten by 10 votes by the Democratic Labour Party? And that is not something, don't laugh. That happened on at least 3 occasions. And tonight we have not to be celebrating only, but we have to carry a heavy burden. Because the burden we carry is a clear signal from you, the people of St. James North, that you have transferred all of your trust and your confidence onto Mia Amor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. I pledge to you tonight on behalf of all of us that we will not abandon that trust. And we will redouble our efforts. And we will lean on each other in the cabinet and drive each other to bring out the best of each other on your behalf. And we have to do that in the interest of you, the people. And what are some of the key aspects of that trust? This bond of trust that you have forged with us must see a few key things continue to happen. 7 years ago, nobody didn't want to see Barbados. Let's be real. I am a Barbadian born and bred. I carry a Barbadian passport. I want nothing else. But 7 years ago, nobody wanted to see my country. My prime minister was a man who nobody wanted to hear from. Frandellen saying nothing. That was said in Barbados, as it was said in New York, in Washington, D.C., in the United Kingdom, in Germany, all around the world. Frandellen saying nothing. And then, on top of that, we had suffered 24 downgrades by international credit rating agencies. And on top of that, we had the FBI waiting to put the hand on a minister of the government. And on top of that, we had $3.33 million that went for a walk on a prime minister named Get Call and all of that. And it went on, a sordid set of filth. When I became tourism minister, I was the first tourism minister appointed by Mayor Motley. And we had 4 downgrades to fight back. You understand? If not downgrades, 4 travel advisories to fight against. Canada tell people the place is stink, and they got little children getting stabbed on the school bus. That was happening. Don't come to Barbados. United Kingdom, United States of America, tell the people the place stink. Don't go to Barbados, and you can't ride the public transport because there are injuries, serious injuries, and knifing and stabbing of young children on the public transport. We had to fight back all of that. But tonight, the lady who leads this country is the most sought after voice in the developing world. And Barbados is assuming pride of place on the global map. We are the voice that is sought after when anybody wants to talk about the reform of the international financial circumstances and financial climate and structure. We are the voice that people come to when they want to talk about how you deal with the threat posed by climate change. We are a voice of transformation. And let me say to you, in case you forget, that Ralph Thorne also came down here in St. James North and said that this is a referendum on leadership. Well, a referendum was held on leadership, but I don't feel Ralph Thorne like the outcome about what the people say about leadership, because it reflected on his leadership. I was sitting out there all night long with Indar and some of the folks from St. Philip North, and Indar reminded me that David Esway also talked about it being a referendum. And he was disinterred from wherever he was and came down on the last night of the campaign to give his first speech. And he began by talking about how he come down from St. Philip to eat Chad Blackman raw. I believe that David Esway's mouth might be big enough to accomplish the feat of swallowing that big man Chad Blackman raw. But if he had been able to achieve it, he would have made history, because it would be the first time that a man had more brains in his belly than he had in his blasted head. I say to you that the partnership that has been formed between you and Chad Blackman, between you and the Barbados Labour Party, is the partnership that must take us forward as we go now into the next months and years of this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the features of that partnership? We have to go back, as I told you a few nights ago in Weston, to continue the work that we have been doing in building up the economic opportunities for various classes and sectors of the Barbadian society. We talked in Weston about the fact that it is this administration that came down here and we fixed that Western fish market. But we began up in Oistins, you will recall. We went to Bridgetown and we fixed that. We spent millions of dollars on those two. Not satisfied, we then went into Paynes Bay Mine. We come to Western and spend another 2 million or 3. And then we went down to Spikestown and spent more money again. Lifting up working class fisher folk so that they can come to a point where they enter the corridors of foreign exchange, earning in Barbados, selling their fish to all and sundry. We're not satisfied with that. We're not satisfied with that. We look at other sectors where more work has to be done in order to empower you, the people, and especially those of you in St. James North. You heard Ndawere tonight speaking about the plans for transformation in the agriculture sector. This is the government, man, that is bringing vertical farming, introducing technology that you can stop here and use, manipulate your cell phone and ensure that temperatures inside a farmhouse are now adjusted so that that which you grow can be grown properly and you don't have to worry about it failing and dying. This is the government that is introducing into the Barbados economy a set of standards. Minister Lisa Cummins has not spoken tonight, but the next time that she goes to Parliament on behalf of her ministry, she will be going to Parliament on an issue of making this country a standards-based economy. And what does that mean? It means that everything that you do, from the smallest, the nail technician and the hairdresser and cosmetologist, to the men who making multiple millions of dollars fixing the road, but don't fix it good, that you got potholes and things falling apart a couple months after, that we hold everybody to standards of development. Now, there's only a 10-minute speech, so I can't talk to you long. But I want to say to you that the partnership between us and you, I swear and I pledge, must remain unbroken. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the confidence you have reposed in Chad Blackman. And I say to you, this Barbados Labour Party will continue to fight for you day and night. And we will fight for the causes that need resistance. We will fight to you. We will fight on your behalf. On your behalf. For those wrongs which need to be resisted. And we will fight for the future in the distance and the good that we can do. Good night and may God bless you all.
And you've heard Kerry Simmons sharing with you that what we need here in Barbados is to stay the course with the Barbados Labour Party. One of the things I think is really important for us to remember one of the things that we have to remember is that our lives are important and who governs is important. I want to bring to you now the Prime Minister of Barbados, the woman who has led successfully the Barbados Labour Party from one victory to another, who's brought leadership on the international stage, brought leadership on the regional stage. I ask you to put your hands together now and welcome the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor-Motley.
A party full of experience, of confidence and competence. We stay safe with the BFP. So we can all feel proud, with confidence say it loud. In the face of adversity, we can.
in times of storm.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other.
That's right, come forward. We're going to talk tonight in these 15, 20 minutes. My friends, what a night to be in Barbados on the 24th of May. It is not 2018, it is 2025. And 7 years on, we stand here for you. Ironically, in a week that reminded you what victory looks like, what victory feels like. But the victory is not simply a victory of a candidate or a victory at the ballot box. It is a victory of our vision. It is a victory of our commitment. It is a victory of our discipline. It is a victory of our integrity. It is a victory of a party that showed purpose and told the people of this country, we will carry you where others have not. At Wharton, we told the pensioners of this country, the non-contributory pensioners, that we would raise your pensions. And people said, you couldn't do it. It would mash up the place. We did it, and 7 years later, we stand stronger. We stand taller, transformed by resilience, lifted by courage, and united with purpose. We said along the way that we would fix it and bring this country with the mission critical issues and save our dollar. And we did it. And along the way, when we thought we could move to mission transformation, COVID came in the way and we had to deal simply with mission survival. My friends, this Barbados Labour Party stands here tonight as your administration, celebrating 7 years of service to you, not because we have done it alone, but because we have made the space to do it together with you, with the labor movement, with the private sector, with the civil society. And when others have said, why are you pitching your tent so wide? I have said we have to, because when the people put their confidence in you and have given us all that they could give us, then you have a responsibility to govern not only for your base, but to govern for the country. And 7 years later, we stand here tonight knowing that we have made that decisive difference to the direction of this country, to the stability of this country, to the well-being of young people who now have a future with university education in their grips again, buttressed by over 15,000 free courses on the National Transformation Initiative that anybody in this country can go and take online, giving them a chance to become the best that they can be globally. We dealt with the sewage on the South Coast. And even though the last government didn't do much, you heard Ryan Strawn come here tonight. And what we gave this country more than anything else is stability and trust. And I say tonight that Ryan has reminded us over and over that fiscal responsibility is not simply about arithmetic and figures. It is about fairness. It is what has allowed us to be able to take people who were not getting the reverse tax credit and give it to them up to $25,000 a month. People before were getting it at half that amount. It has allowed us to be able to take people earning between $2,000 a month roughly and just under $3,000 a month. And since 2019, every cent in income tax you have paid, your government has given it back to you. It is not simply about arithmetic. It is about fairness. It is about seeing people and hearing people. It is about finding the money to buy buses because rich people don't need buses to ride on. It is poor people and their children and the elderly who can't do better. Yes, show me the card. And with the next 31 buses, you will have 120 transport board electric buses. That is upward, that is onward. It is about making sure that garbage does not continue ad nauseum to rise and rise and rise. And that is why we have made it possible to find the money to buy the garbage trucks when the last government refused to buy any. It is about upward and onward. It is about doing things. And you heard Tony Moore and Colin Jordan tonight talk about what this government's record has been for the workers of this country. 3 salary increases in 7 years. Under the Democratic Labour Party, none in 8. Minimum wage. They told us the same thing that they told us with the non-contributory pensions, that you would break the country, that you would break businesses. We stand here tonight not only doing the minimum wage of $8.50, but within a week, the minimum wage in this country will rise to $10.50 per hour. Can you believe that? We told you that we would work to protect workers, and especially after we had to beg and work with the hotel workers in the middle of COVID, not to bankrupt the hotel industry, not to bankrupt the means by which this country earns its living. And you heard Ian Goodenedgell tonight lead from in front. Tell us all about what he's been doing with Airlift. Recognize that we must work with the workers to create a new deal. You heard Colin tell you about paternity leave. You heard us tell you about extended maternity leave. You forget we took a national insurance scheme that, yes, became the bank for the last administration, but we have taken it, we have stabilized it, and we've said to you, we have a problem with population, we have a problem with the numbers of people going in and paying, to be able to make sure that the pensions will continue to be stable for those of you who are in their 20s and 30s and 40s. Barbados cannot be a country where 1 in every 2 people in 2050 will be over the age of 65. I ain't even 60 yet, and I get too much pains in my knees. I get too much pains elsewhere. So can you imagine if every 1 in 2 persons in this country was over the age of 65? It couldn't work. But you have seen us work not only there. Kirk told you tonight that there will be new legislation to protect senior citizens in this country, just as we have done with the Hinkson Commission and the disabilities legislation. Yesterday in Trinidad at the opening of Parliament, the President of Trinidad and Tobago called for the very same thing that the Barbados Parliament has already passed to protect disabled people in this country. You heard Kirk tell you about the children of this country and why we are so insistent that the child justice and the child protection legislation must be there to stop people from unfairing children in this country. And what you got instead was from the other side, distractions about you can change gender for children under 18. I put paid to that foolishness in Hero Square when we unfolded the monument for the family. It is nonsense. Adult people have the choice to do what they want. Children cannot. And we are very clear. And that is why the Flame Initiative by Chad Blackman must be supported, not just in St. James North, but as I said at the Garden Church of God on our 87th birthday as a party, it must be across the length and breadth of Barbados. We must take responsibility and stop pointing fingers. Our children must go to Sunday school. Our children must go to the temple. Our children must go to the mosque, whatever your religion is. Because what is taught in the house must be reinforced in the school and must be reinforced in this place of religious instruction. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And you can't spell one for the other because one is R-I-G-H-T and the other is W-R-O-N-G. My friends, I talked to you about the vehicles at Transport Board and Sanitation. But in this country, you heard from Santia tonight and William tonight, a government that has so much investment facing this country that we do not have enough people working. We do not have enough skilled workforce. And that is in spite of us starting Construction Gateway 3.5 years ago to be able to make it possible for people to learn to be a mason, to be a carpenter, to be a welder, to be a plumber, to be a quantity surveyor, to do all kinds of things. And my friends, we cannot stop the development because that will compound the difficulties of the country. But I'm asking you, if you have young kids or young boyfriends or girlfriends who you know are not yet skilled, stop standing on the sidelines and come and learn a craft or a skill. Come and do something, because this country does not have enough people to do what has to be done. William told you about 9 hotels building. He told you about the housing projects finished and the ones to come. He told you about the geriatric hospital which is about to finish. He told you also about the digital backbone. Santia told you about the mill and pave. She told you about the small roads and the tenantry roads program so we can get inside off the highways. She told you also that we must continue to deal with drainage because the type of rain that's coming is literally mashing up our roads because of the intensity, because of the climate crisis. These are our commitments to you. We have more than enough investments. We need the skills and the manpower now. And you heard from Kerry tonight about the international advocacy that this country carries, not because we want to hear our voices overseas. I don't travel for the sake of it. I don't travel to leave Barbados. I travel to take Barbados to the world. Let's get it real. And in taking Barbados to the world, everywhere in the world they know now about Bridgetown. They know about the Bridgetown Initiative. They know now about natural disaster clauses. The World Bank is now following us. The British Export Credit Agency is following us. And I can count countless other agencies that are saying that you cannot ask a country to pay back its debt while it is on its knees recovering from a hurricane. And that is why we have given this country 2 years of debt-free payments if we are hit regrettably by a hurricane worse than Beryl or Elsa. My friends, I have spoken to you in this campaign about the beaches and the protection and the Barbados Ocean and Coastal Authority that is coming. If you lose these beaches, all of the Airbnbs going right down this coast, not owned by expatriates, owned by ordinary Bajans, they will not be able to earn. And I've also spoken to you, and I give you a solemn commitment tonight that the 24 areas in Zone A will have a solution. Whether the solution is septic tanks and poor and ponds, whether the solution is septic tanks and water treatment facilities, what I will not do is ask those of you who own land to carry the burden of a national public good while disenfranchising your families. This Barbados Labour Party government will work to make it right and to get the water issues resolved piece by piece, parish by parish. My friends, and I have not yet spoken to you about education or health or crime, because in this campaign I didn't dodge away from the crime question. In this campaign, I didn't dodge away from telling you about education and the common entrance, and Chad will do a ministerial statement in a few weeks' time. In this campaign, we have said as well that health care remains a must. And the Minister of Health, he too will be making a ministerial statement very shortly about the future expansion of not just the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but 2 polyclinics in this country. This government is serious. We did not speak about traffic, but Santia knows that traffic and the building code are part and parcel of what we must deal with for upward and onward. I have already said to Ryan, the same way you get a no-claims bonus for not getting in an accident, if people's houses meet the building code, either existing houses or new houses, let us negotiate with the insurance companies to give people an ease off of the burden. And with respect to cost of living, we have done will continue to do as best as we can. But we know we don't live on Mars. We live on the planet Earth. So my friends, we live in a world where all kinds of challenges are hitting us now, from AI. And in Trinidad yesterday, the president went there again. And in the region, we must come up with a common framework, because AI is empowering, but it can be destructive of human civilization. The fact that you can take my voice and my image and pretend that I have made a speech that I did not make is what will undermine democracy, will encourage fake news, and will cause people conflict, not just at the political level, but think of in families, think of relationships, think of workplaces. These are things that we will deal with and must deal with. And my friends, every June 1st is around the corner. Start buying your stuff, your corned beef, your tuna, your whatever, because you know that you have to be ready. I saw a roof in Upper Mount Stanford today, opposite the gym, that is about 10 or 12 inches overhang with galvanized. We need the communities to work to make sure that the overhang on chattel houses is no more than 3 or 4 inches, so that the wind don't come and wish it away and then cut somebody's neck and cause somebody to dead. These are the practical and real things we must deal with in this country. But my friends, I need to address one other matter before I close. In January 2022, I told you that that was going to be my last time. I did so because I had just gone through 8 or 9 months, not even so much, 6 months, 7 months of true stress. Many of you knew that my brother, who was, they would call him my Irish twin because we were the same age for a month of the year every year. We did common entrance together. We were the same age. Between a Saturday night and a Tuesday morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, it was clear that he was not going to make it. I have always determined that I would give my best to this country. And I felt then that I could not do it beyond this term. I came to understand that true leadership is never about comfort. It is about calling, it is about timing, and it is about service. The weight of that loss, I tell you, influenced my perspective. And why? Why? Because while I am your prime minister, I'm still a sister. I'm still a daughter. I'm still an aunt. And in those circumstances, that was genuinely, and until very recently, my position. Over the course of the last year in particular, I've had people come to me from every direction, from every sphere within the party, among the elders, among the members, among the MPs. I've had people from the private sector and the labor movement. I've had people from the churches. I've had people from the communities. But in particular, in the last 3 weeks, it has intensified in a way that I suppose is natural because we were what? In an election. And not to say, of course, I've had people from St. Michael Northeast. I am 59 years old, but I've spent 36 years in St. Michael Northeast. And that would tell you that that is more than my life. They are not my constituents, they are my friends, they are my family. And to that extent, what they say and what they do hurts me or uplifts me intensely. And all of these refrains, stay, don't go, we still need you, you can't do that. What kind of person you're going to be if you do that? Look how the country stand with the outside world. And it is true. As we look around the world, I could have said Russia and Ukraine alone a year ago.
a year and a half ago, I'll go add now the Middle East with the Gaza and the ungodly treatment of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It is wrong. I could have said just the two of those 6 months ago. I had Pakistan and India and their skirmishes. I add to that Sudan. And the world is in a period of conflict. In 2018, when I went to the UN for the first time, I said it looked like 100 years ago. But my friends, I tell you tonight that in addition to that, you now have the global economy in flux. We thought with the reduction of tariffs between China and the US a few weeks ago that we would have seen perhaps some calm. Now there's talk again about tariffs going up again for Europe. The world is in trouble. The climate crisis is upon us. And my dears, AI is all of us. And if you add to that an opposition today in Barbados that resembles more a pressure group than a political party of 70 years, this country of ours deserves stability and steadiness. I say to you, therefore, that just as I know that we are not finished with the mission transformation things, because for the first 18, 20 months of this administration, I mean the one from 2022 January, not 2018, we had still to deal with COVID until the middle to end of 2023. And since then, we've barely had about 19 months in the face of those other things that I just talked about. There is no doubt that the water is still choppy. I came to the conclusion a few nights ago that this is no longer a personal decision, but it is a decision of duty. I would love to rest, believe you me, and I haven't had much. In fact, the only real vacation I had was when Warren passed, when I took 3 weeks, and that was not a vacation because you know what it is, preparing for a funeral and dealing with 2 young daughters and his wife, who obviously, and my parents, my siblings. And believe you me, I will take 2 weeks off, 17 days off in July. I'm telling you now, so if you don't see me, you know why. I want to tell you that everything I have done in public life has been to try to make the lives of Bajans better, to fight injustice, whether as a lawyer or as an MP, as a minister, and to make this country the best that we could make it to be. There are those who say I press them too hard, and that may be true. But I believe that you only have one chance at this. And let me pitch for the stars and land on the clouds and know that I'm way above the ground. So I have said to you, I will not come to you with empty promises. I believe that this team which I have has so matured. I have listened to them in the budget debates this year. I have listened to them in this campaign. And I am finally feeling that we are moving at a pace that is not comparable to what the Dems did in any way. And for me to do anything that would cause this country not to fully benefit from the maturity of this team that I am proud to lead would be a travesty. And I have now added, and you have given me, and I thank you for it, Chad Blackman, the big man, to help also with the rest of the team to do the heavy lifting. So, as I say to you tonight, and to the people of St. Michael Northeast, without whom I would be nothing, and to the people of Barbados, who for the last 17 years, when I first became leader of the opposition in January of 2008, you have been with me. You have stayed with me. And I believe now it is my duty to stay with you. I ask you for one thing alone.
that we must go forward, upward, and onward, not backwards. Recognizing that many hands must continue to make light work in this country. Recognizing that we have a duty now to ensure that the young people can mature as the same way that this team that I have has matured over the last 7 years. And there are some words that you may recall. We've been together for a while now, growing stronger every day now. Feels so good, and there is no doubt I will stay with you. As each morning brings the sunrise and the flowers bloom in the springtime, on my loving you can always rely, for my name is mi amor. I will stay with you. I will stay with you. I ask my team to come on stage and join me as we stay with you when no one else is around.
I will stay by your side, and I know we'll be alright.
I will stay
with you.
Come on stage, all of you. Though relationships get old and have the tendency to grow cold, we've got something like a miracle. We will stay with you. Music.
I will stay with you when no one else is around, and when the dark comes around, I will stay by your side, and I know we'll be
alright. I will stay with you.
I want you to hear this part. There will be heartaches and pain, yes. Through it all, we will remain in this life. We all know friends they come and friends they go. But through the years, I know we will stay with you. And in the end, we will find love so beautiful and divine. We will be lovers, partners, people together for a time. For we, the Barbados Labour Party, will stay with you.
I will stay with you when no one else is around, and when the dark clouds you, I will stay by your side.
Sing it.
And I know we'll be alright.
We will stay with you.
So I will stay with you.
We will stay.
Through your ups and your downs.
Oh.
I will stay
with you
when no one else is around, and when the dark clouds arrive, I will stay by your side. I know we'll be alright.
We will stay with you.
I'm gonna stay.
We will stay with you.
Ups and downs,
Right.
round and round.
'Cause we say with the BLP, and we are more.
We say for when the BLP.
A party full of experience, of confidence and competence.
We say for the BLP.
So we can all feel proud with confidence, say it loud. In the face of adversity, we can and we will with the BLP, and we are more.
In times of storm, we build back stronger. When dark clouds cover, from ashes we rise together. And fighting the pandemic, you see, we can and we will with the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. We say for when the BLP.
Surely the People's Party, the best party for our country.
We say for the BLP.
So
Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, everybody! Somebody keep some noise for the Barbados Liver Party! And you know, yes, boss lady. And you know for the guy that name what? Let's go! Chad! We going big! We going! Chad! Chad! We going big! We going big! We going big! Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big man, big passion. What? We going big with Chad Blackman. Woo! Somebody keep some noise for the big man, man! Put a little speed on it, put a little speed on it. The sharp eyes again. Yeah. Hey! Easy stallion. Yeah. And then we go so, Auntie tell me, can you look sweet as sugar? What you put in that place? Only raising my pressure. Seeing that sugar wine. Your sweetness only calling me. I see you in so long. Come here, give me a hug, man. If I stand up a little closer, would you push it back on me? Getting me hyperactive. It's like a good chamona. Give me the filter, give me the filter. Your sweetness only calling me. It's only. Look how you're going on, you give me. I never felt this type of feeling. You get sugar. Everybody put your hands in the air like this for Chad. Look. Put your hands in the air like this for Chad. Give me the next one, DJ. Give me the next one. Let me go. You know how we the feeling went to. You know how we the feeling turns up. I never feel. I get in on the wine up so good in a party. Yet. I never feel. I jamming up on a wine up so good in a party. Easy, Jay. I leave my girlfriend home to do what is pleasing. I jamming and whining. Hold on. I'm free to do what I want. I'm taking advantage. Sweet woman sandwich. When you felt up and the ballin'. Aye, nice. Keep it there. Where y'all head to? Right? No, turn it around. One, turn it around. Ba-doom. And tick a lick of wine. Tick a lick of wine. Give me another hyper sounds for Chad. Give me another hyper sounds. Let's go. It's the music. Rhythm up. And to tell me, set up your face and give me one. Hold on for me and give me joke. Keep on your shoes and climb on top. Flashing. Set up your face and give me one. Hold on for me and give me joke. Well, look at all the weapons and Lucy and Brown Sash. Let's sash this, man. Go down in a. Come up in a. In the center, I just. Go down in a. Come up in a. In the center, I just. I do it. I want the dick. I give me the dick. And then tip. Hold on. Don't do nothing yet. We going big. We going what? We rapping with the best and we staying with the best. Barbados Liver Party. Let's go. They say they want another one, so they give them another one. All right, boom. Get down, funny pole, funny. Hold on, funny pole, funny. Take your time in the working. Hold on, funny pole. Watch it, big man. Give me the top. What is that you there doing? What is that? Funny pole and dip. Give it. Watch it, big man, going down there. You lie. Go low and dip. Roll faster, dip. We never. Now you, Sandra. Position yourself, everything done. Like security, gal are done. Where she gon' make the back so take where you get something you want to get. I told you if and she did. And she needs and she did. Look how she whip and she dip. How she dip.
Wine and dip.
Whip and a dip. And pan she dip. You watching me? DJ? Filter.
How she dip. Wine and dip.
And get down, buddy. Hold on, buddy. Take your time when you. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. And dip. Dip it, dip it. 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 Dip. Woo! Man. Wanna want more? You can give me a little more hyper song before we get back to the real song. Give me a sign that I know though, don't give me. Oh. Alright. You ain't going too far. I think you still remember them ones. Let me go. You walking me that day. He walking me that day. Ready? She walking me that day. She say push it in it. Right there body. Apply the pressure. And then she over. She love when I walk in. She love how I give it. She calling me sugar. She love when I walk in. Push it in it. Right there body. Apply the pressure. And then she over. She love when I walk in. She love how I give it. She calling me sugar. Filter. Not looking. I just wanna have. So bring it and come. Cock up your foot and push it right. Just push it. Just push it. Raise your hands and push it right. Hand in the air for Chad. Hand in the air for Chad. Hand in the air now. Can't wait until when the pussy head back that way. One take your two can push it back and push it back. Raise your hands and you got a little more for me? Give me another one. She say push it lyric. Pressure, and then she over. She love when I walk in. She love over. You give me best I'm saying. She love when I walk in. Push it in it. Right there body. Apply it. And then she over. She love when I. You know you live in the neighborhood, but hold on. No, you keep quiet. Give me fessa. Fine fessa. St. James represent right now. You know I don't come up to regular, there's hardly see me, but because of the big man, and we doing things right, and we for the people, and the people only, we outside. Go big or I don't think they can hear me for wherever them is. Go big or and we went home, so we went big. Let's go.
Festa.
Somebody do this. Somebody do this. Give me a little speed. Give me a little speed.
Festa.
Somebody do this. Somebody do this. Somebody do this. Festa. Hyper sound. Boom music. Festa. Any girl them show me some tricks, eh? G6. Festa. Better no, Festa. She from the hands to win. Make a bomb do that. Run full of parachute. Better no, Festa.
She from the hands to win.
Make a bomb do that. He should move you right far. Balance it, girl.
Just balance it.
Big bumper, girl.
No one can manage it.
Share the thing, girl.
And bear the damages.
Do as you like.
I know what your habit is.
She got the password for the Wi-Fi. Must grip it real good with the tight. Skirt, you look right.
Can't bend no back way, you are the right size.
Better no, Festa.
She from the head to quit.
Make your bum do that.
Run full up and shake it.
Better no, Festa.
She from the head to quit. Make your bum do that. Run full up and shake it. Press with me, girl.
Baby, press with me.
Then you this
Put her back in your back for me.
Take your time, girl.
So more that for me. You think sweet for me?
Don't get like mommy.
She got the password for the Wi-Fi. Must grip it real good with your tight. Skirt, you look right.
Can't bend no back way, you are the right size.
Better no, Festa.
She from the head to quit.
Make your bum do that. Oh, I can sing them. Just play them, I can sing them. What we say? If you're looking for some place to get away, welcome to paradise. Barbados so nice. Whether you're drinking rum or a pack of Kool-Aid, welcome to paradise. Barbados so nice. Man, this thing so sweet, no others can compete. That is my island. Why? Barbados so nice. We got the best beaches, y'all with them beaches down in my island. Barbados so nice. Have you ever been to some place before? You ain't leave yet, but you're craving for more. This place will give you so much good memories, plenty vibes and stories. Watch new friends become family. You know what's my favorite part in this song? This place I call home, sweet like a cassava bone. This place is a one of a kind. And then you know what? Let me take you on the West Coast, where we party the most. Somebody put your hands in the air for Chad right now. Hey, if you're looking for some place to get away, welcome to paradise. Barbados so nice. And you're drinking rum or a pack of Kool-Aid, welcome to paradise. Barbados so nice. Man, this thing so sweet, no others can compete. That is my island, Barbados. We got the best beaches, we got the best people, and we repping the best party. We going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. You understand the ability, beyond this year's eternity, with the whole of the love humanity. You don't know Chad Blackman is ready. What? And with the whole of the knowledge, yeah. Bright and so innovative. What? All the St. James of massive, I great represent. What we say? Big man, big heart, big action. We go with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. Hey, we go with Chad Blackman. Committed, Chad, hardworking, Chad, dedicated, Chad. We go. I forget that I didn't want. We winning, Chad. We go big with Chad. We go big with Chad. We go big with Chad. Big man, big heart, big action. We go big with Chad Blackman. Big guy, you here to stay. You can only go if you want to go. We love you down here, and you're here. We going big. We going big. My name is Hyper Sounds. I'm out of here. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability, beyond his years maturity. With the whole of the love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with the whole of the knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.